ladies, gentlemen, anything in between, lurkers, geekers, and vodders, all alike. Welcome to the Geek Generalist. This is Demir Mascador wishing you a happy Monday. How are you doing, everyone? I'm so glad to jump back into the Great Ace Attorney Chronicle. I can't wait. I just simply cannot wait to jump back into this amazing content because there's so much I want to look at, and the story seems to be so long, but yet it's so interesting at the same time. I hope it's not gonna get too winded. But before we begin, I just realized that when I was watching myself again, I realized that my mic was too loud, and nothing changed really. I mean, I was not really closer to the mic than I was usually. So I'm just gonna do some little sound check. Hello, CD1983. How you doing? How you doing? Thank you for coming in. I just started playing Great Ace Attorney last week, and yeah, I enjoyed it very much, and I'm glad to step back into it again. And I wanted to, you're doing great, great, yeah. I wanted to peruse the bonus additional content a little bit for my visually impaired audience, because we realized that this is one of the few games that exists that is 100% accessible to the blind. And the reason so is basically because of story mode, because usually they have OCR to read the text. They don't have any issue reading the text. What they have issue with is sometimes the judge says, show me on the map or show me on this picture where the thing that contradicts the evidence, and they're stuck. But with story mode, if you just want to read a book and not have zero gameplay whatsoever, you just activate it, and the game will select the item for you. Well, you're blind, you can use that to your advantage. Like it was a lucky byproduct, but they're gonna take it, since that was a big issue. Instead of having someone guiding them, okay, cursor to the left, to the right, okay, click there, and then trust whatever is the correct answer. So yeah, they just let it toggle it, and then wait a bit, toggle it on and off, and then select it. The game will play it for you, you know? You just picked another Lego Star Wars set. That's exciting. Oh, you're really into Lego Star Wars? What the set did you bought? I remember back when having the Lego Millennium Falcon was a big deal, but that was many years ago. I haven't touched Lego since my teenage years, actually. I was doing Lego since age 4 or 5, but they were like power blocks, but it was the same company anyway. But yeah, we were a strong Lego family back in the day, back when there were no IP tie-in to Lego. It was basically the castle with the knights, then we have a pirate set, we have a space set. The Lego character from the Lego movie, the space guy, the astronaut that says, spaceship! Space! I had that dude. Like, that movie connected with me on that level. Hey, I used to have that guy. You know? Boba Fett's ship, you also have the Falcon. Oh, you and your husband have 28 sets so far. Oh yeah, you're a strong Lego Star Wars geek. I dig that. So what is your most favorite among all your 28 sets? I'm gonna do a little sound check just to be sure, because last time my mic was too loud. Sorry if there's gonna be an echo. Testing, 1, 2. Okay, when I yell it peaks. Okay, but it's like, can I hear the music well? Kinda, it's still low. There's nothing I can do about it. Is the sound okay on your end, Sadie? Your favorite has been a tie between Kylo Ren's ship and the Falcon. Oh. Oh, you have Kylo Ren's ship. Interesting. I'm pretty sure I watched these episodes recently. I cannot recall how Kylo Ren's ship looks like. Try to remember, and it's like I need to look it up again because I carry you out the game. Oh, the game music is loud. Really? The game music is loud. Testing again. Testing again. Oh, so everything. Okay. The game is loud. Shit. How do I manage? Because there's no volume on that game. It's like. Let me check again. Well, just check the options just to be sure. Sure. Like music on, off. Like there's no volume. I wish I could do something about it. I'm sorry. Like either I'll try to make my mic a little bit louder so it's gonna be balanced, but we'll have to lower the volume. All right. Because right now my mic is it's fine. It's fine. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Sadie. Much appreciated. So yeah, how is so how did you start at your Lego Star Wars collection? Like I'm curious to see, like were you into Lego before you met your husband, or is it like a shared interest? Okay, so sorry, I had to adjust something on my headphones. They're a bit used up, and for some reason they don't fit well on my head. Like 8 months only, it's a share interest. Oh, really? So you accumulated 28 sets inside of 8 months. Interesting. Like I'm very glad you're getting into the Star Wars, because I remember like how I felt when I was balls deep inside of Star Wars. But back then there were no there were only one trilogy and many novels, like the Star Wars extended universe. Back when you wanted to know more about Star Wars universe, you have to read books that were kind of approved by George Lucas. Like, okay, I'm gonna allow you to write on my universe. I don't mind. Like that was way before there was ever an idea of making another trilogy to complete episode 1, 2, and 3. It was like there were 4, 5, 6. It's like, yeah, it's fine like that. And, you know, it's an investment. Really, retired sets, some of them are worth a lot of money. It's more, oh, okay. You're getting them so that you keep them in pristine condition, so they're getting more value as it comes out. And then when you're gonna retire, you're gonna resell everything. Is that it? Interesting. All right. So I love the music a lot, and there's a little notes from the composers, and I say composers plural because a lot of them were working on the music. So now we have Ryusuke Naruto objection. So here, this piece has basically become the main theme for the game that's played in almost all promo video and event scenes. I must have composed several dozen options for these themes, but this was something like number 12, I think, and it's signed by Kitagawa. Almost 30 years away from retirement. Really? 30 years away. I don't know if I'm ever gonna retire. Basically, I'm gonna work until my body gives in. I do have some saving funds, like for retirement, but I only started recently. So my accountant tells me that when I'm gonna reach 70 years old, or 66, between 66 and 70 years old, I'm gonna have enough money to, like with the interest and all, have enough money to retire. So these are unused tracks. Let's hear that. This was an early on in the development cycle, so I was exploring various avenues. Initially I wrote only the intro and I played for Mr. Katakumi. That must be the guy in charge of the project. The piece never went any further than that. And it loops. Yeah. Unused number 2. I wrote this at the point when we decided to try to include a lot of Japanese element in the game, so I made a heavy use of taiko drums and other Japanese percussion instruments. Oh, where I'm from? I'm from Quebec. I'm a French Canadian. That's why I have a lovely accent. Like my first language is French. I learned English very early. Back then I was watching Sesame Street. In Canada, they teach us the ABCs and the 1, 2, 3s in both languages. So I learned my alphabet and my numbers from 1 to 12 before first grade, like when I was 4 years old. Like if you want to become bilingual quick, you teach your child at early age. Like when they start, like the first 5 years of their life, this is where they have to learn the most, and this is where their brains are at their peakest. So yeah. So yeah, I can hear the taiko drums very well. I can understand why it was rejected. It feels like something is missing. Scrap version, third team. This was composed at the end of the intensive intro composition period. I wrote it with previous titles in the series in mind, but it was rejected in the end because it didn't have a strong enough Great Ace Attorney vibe. Oh ho! Donut Multiverse! Thank you for being a follower! Excellent! Yeah, Canada is pretty awesome. We're having a lot of tourists. So yeah, Donut Multiverse, thank you very much. One question I always ask to my new followers is, what is your most favorite geekdom? Like, what's your favorite? You have a favorite movie, favorite type of video game, or one video game in particular that you like very much? Like, what's your favorite IP? Or it could be your favorite band, your favorite type of music. It could be anything. In the Geek Generalist, we love everything. Everybody who has a passion about pop culture are welcome here. And we like to share and talk and learn new stuff. Greetings, friends. I followed Sadie because I heard Legos. Oh yeah, really? So you're a Lego fan as well? Yeah, as I said, I had a Lego phase from age 4 to 14. Then the studies I have to take over. If I have time for Legos, I have time for studying. You know how it is. But yeah, Star Wars is your geekdom. Oh, so it was the Lego Star Wars that got you in. Yeah, you're a big Star Wars fan? Good choice. I like Star Wars a lot. I got into Star Wars pretty late. I think what my first anchor to Star Wars was actually the Ewoks cartoon in television. Then I got to see the Ewoks movie, the TV made for TV, the Caravan of Courage, shit like that. And then that gave me to the back in '96 or '97 when Star Wars was the remade with CGI, like with extended scenes or something like that. With that's when I got into Star Wars, and then I went balls deep from there. And then the first trilogy came in, then the Clone Wars came in, and then the other trilogy came in, and the other TV shows came in, and now, yeah, I'm a big Mandalorian fan. You're currently watching the Clone Wars. We're going to get into Bad Batch, which looks really good. Yeah, Bad Batch. It feels like I watched it, but in another like those Suicide Squad or Misfits or the Losers. I feel like I've seen it, but yeah, it could be interesting. I haven't watched it. Your first tier episode 1 was your first theater viewing, really? So your very first Star Wars was the first one. So you watched it chronologically. That must be an interesting experience. Can't wait till the seasons of Mandalorian comes out. I don't think there's gonna be one. I think the next one is gonna be from the Book of Boba Fett. I think people are more hyped to see the Book of Boba Fett because with the Mandalorian, it feels like it's a done deal. Like Mandalorian gave Grogu to Luke, and that's it. Like, is he gonna get him back? Are we gonna watch Grogu growing up with Luke Skywalker, who was in the face? I don't know, man. There's leak about Mando season. You mean season 3? Because season 2 was the one that was showed last November, right? There's absolutely a new season of The Mandalorian coming out. Oh, okay. I wonder how it is. Okay, I'm gonna watch the teaser on my time, because right now I don't have that much time for streaming because I'm working intensively all summer. I'm getting a big pass of cash. I'm using the summer to work a lot, so that's why I'm only streaming twice a week. I used to stream 4 or 5 days a week. Now it's lowered to 2. So yeah, season 3. You grew up with OG trilogy, but my first theater watch was episode 1. Oh, okay. Nice. So let's check. Start of trial team. The trial bidding scene was created based on one of Mr. Maiba's on 6 full attempt. Maiba must be another one of the composers. If this work hasn't been scraped, I'm quite certain that this scene would never have seen the light of day. Oh, okay, because Maiba. Okay, so that must be Maiba's botched. So if this didn't exist, this wouldn't exist either. Alright. I initially began composing this without looking at any visual from this title, drawing on the music of the very first Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, but the solemn majesty of the in-game graphics meant it wasn't a good fit, so yep, it was dropped. Oh yeah, that would be for a good Ace Attorney game, but it's not, since he didn't have any visual. Yeah, that was good, and then... Yeah, you know, I can see it. The Adventure of the Great Beginning, that must be the cutscene, right? The first cutscene from Chapter 1? I had many failed attempts at creating something that properly portrayed the feel of the era in which the game is set. This version was one that used in the end. It was actually the first one I wrote. That happens a lot in game development, yeah. Many failed attempts. But this one is great. I want to hear the unused. I composed this with heavy emphasis on an elegant, refined feel with the influx of Western culture and the influence it has on the period. This piece was a good fit, but it went a little too far in that direction, so it was dropped. Yeah, it feels Western, but it's slow. I want to come... Yeah. I would go with this one, even though it feels like... It feels like Professor Layton when you think about it. It feels like he wrote something better suited for Professor Layton. Okay, Susato Mikotoba, A New Bloom in the New World. So this piece is an expression of Susato's warmth and ladylike air with a hint of fight thrown in. It was composed deliberately, step by step with both Mr. Takumi and Mr. Kitagawa, making it one of the most carefully thought out themes in the game. Also, this is Susato's theme. Secretly, you've been lurking but listening and commenting on what I hear. What are you playing? I'm playing a game that was released last week. I played it very early because I wanted to jump on that game so bad. Right now I'm on the additional contents. We're playing not Phoenix Wright. It's like the prequel to the game. It's called The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So we're talking about 100 years in the past, like in the early 1900s, like 1902, like basically the British Empire made an alliance with the Japanese Empire, and they're like after the Meiji Restoration, like the Oriental culture, the Japan has to welcome Western culture into them. So you're loving the soundtrack. I'm loving the soundtrack as well. That's why I wanted to I want to spend this stream only on chapter 2. I have a feeling that since I usually stream for 4 hours, I wanted to start early so we can watch a bit of the special content. So we can either start chapter 2 right now or go back with the soundtrack, exploring the soundtrack a bit. So would you like me to start chapter 2 right away? Because I could go either way, so that's why I was like on the soundtrack. But yeah, I appreciate you're lurking. I appreciate all the lurkers. If you want to lurk, I have a command for that, !lurk. That way I know when you lurk. And yeah, if you want me to follow me on Discord to see when I'm gonna be streaming next, I got my plugs right here. I don't know if the Discord link is still good. If you want to join my Discord, I can send you a new link. But yeah, those are my socials. My next stream is going to be tomorrow. I'm going to play Neo The World Ends With You, which also premiered last week. We played the demo last month, and it was amazing. But right now, let's focus on... You're lurking while I build this Boba Fett ship. Oh, really? You do? I see. So, you're Sadie's husband. Am I correct? Alright, so this, I believe you choose a book. Oh, okay, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense, alright. So you choose a great stream because usually I'll do a lot of reading, so it's gonna be perfect while you build your Boba Fett ship. I wish you good luck on your journey, and I hope it will come out very great. I'm curious to see how it's gonna turn out. She finds the streamer, you join in. Oh, I see. Nice. Alright, so now we're gonna start episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Start playing from your save data, yes. So we're on a boat. There's gonna be a cutscene, I presume.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I
appreciate, yeah, it's true, I have a good,
and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The Speckled Band.
Speckled Band.
I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike.
Oh.
It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
I was wondering what they're talking about. They saw a snake. 9th of January, 6:37 a.m. On board the steamship Buria. Oh, we see a cutscene. This is Sherlock Holmes with this
So then, let us
gadget.
unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor.
In Russian.
Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script.
This is not Russian.
And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message.
Yes.
In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
What's he using? Yeah, there's a gun? He puts... Oh, okay, it's for
This paper seal was
forensics.
placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture.
Yes,
Well.
infrared.
What have we here?
Okay, there's a lot that happened. But there's a stowaway on
Who are
the
you?
ship.
And what do you think you're doing here?
Da! No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. And in cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Yes, Susado was in the scene.
Who are you? And where have you come from?
Yes.
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
The openings. And here we are. That's us, right? It's like a game, but it's also an anime at the same time. Love it. Yes. I think that was my main hook when I first got introduced into the Phoenix Wright game on the Nintendo DS. Like, it has a very anime style, but back then it was only like 2D animation. And now they managed to, as the game progressed, they make anime cutscene. There was a real Phoenix Wright anime. I think it was in 2011, 2012. No, wait. I think it was like that. It was made by A1, but it was produced by Capcom. But it didn't put a lot of money in the animation. It was very basic. Like, Phoenix Wright felt like it was drawn 20 years prior to where it was actually released. But yeah, it felt like it was made in 2011, but it was made like in 2015 or something like that. Anyway, it's a nice anime. I dig it very much. And yeah, and now we have cutscenes of Sherlock Holmes. So basically what happened, for those, for my visually impaired audience, is like, this Sherlock Holmes has a gun, but he don't use it very much as a gun. He has a big satchel, like a man purse, but a very big. He has some sort of machine. It's like it's a very steampunk Sherlock Holmes. Like, he has steampunk goggles, but he can use lens, so he can see infrared. So it's like, basically they were trying to mimic modern forensics, but in the Victorian period. So there was a pipe in the machine with a special chemicals, was plugged into his gun, and he was pumping the machine, and he was spraying with the gun some sort of powder that helped them like from it was luminol basically. It was an old luminol test because that's what now you can see handprints and stuff like that. And we see there was a cupboard with a seal on the door. It was written in Japanese that says "keep out" or something like that. So this is basically that's you're all missing. But right now I can see an inconsistency because they say the killer hide inside the cupboard, but who put the seal in? You know, the cupboard couldn't put the seal in front of the door after it was inside, so that couldn't be it. So it's like it's a Sherlock Holmes, but they call it Sherlock Holmes because one, it's a phony, and two, he's gonna jump to conclusions a lot. That guy is basically will sully the name of Sherlock Holmes, so that's why we're gonna name it Sherlock Holmes. So I'm gonna give him a voice that will make it sound like a phony Sherlock. Like this is a good actor to make a good Sherlock Holmes, but I'm not gonna go with his voice. I'm gonna go with something very phony. So all right. Oh yeah, I need to remember what voice I use for Ryunosuke. All right. Oh, my head is throbbing. It makes for a compelling story, of course. Mysteries. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Okay, now he wakes up. Now he looks at the cabin. Wait, I can't move. Yeah, he's in shackles. Oh, what the? He's been chained. It's a POV now. He can see his shackles. Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, Oh, wait, that's a Russian. I thought it was Sherlock. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You? Ah, you found me then. Duh, we found you. And now you pay criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Sorry. Now you have been found, it's time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Oh shit, that's Susato. That's the second time I got my name wrong. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato. Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Susato ... Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Yeah, we were supposed to go on a boat to Great Britain. That must be it. Susato is there. I don't know why she's there. But... Wait. No! Don't tell me Kazuma's the victim. He was our best friend. We're supposed to go to Great Britain together. Ha! You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt. Oh no, you are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Kazuma's body was been discovered. No! Here, this very cabin. Oh, his katana is there. That was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! No! No! I'm not gonna yell, because I know it's gonna peak. Kazuma! It was just 2 short weeks ago. Oh, so it's 2 weeks after the first chapter? Oh no, we were already on the boat. So how do you lurk? Oh, exclamation mark lurk. You just do it. Like this. There you go. You just... That's all you have to type, it's just a command. So yeah, there you go. There you go. Thank you very much. Thank you for the lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Always appreciate all lurkers. It's soothing. Always welcome. So feel free to come back and comment if you feel the need to. So we have a little bit of flashback back when Kazuma was still alive. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else would you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Sadie's Punch Clone Wars up, Obi-Wan is fighting Savage and... Oh yeah, that's that episode. Nice. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. Arg. I hope not. I got the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we should confide in her, could we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew that we've done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward's supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write keep out or something in this piece of paper? Oh, okay. So Naruhodo wrote the keep out sign. So that would explain why the calligraphy was different. Because it could have been Cosmo, but then they would say that whoever wrote the ink message was the same that whoever wrote the message in the cupboard. What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. Oh, I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. Sorry, murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Duh, you said before, you say you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on this ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please tell me what happened. I need to know. ...
Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you too.
Oh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Kazuma's dead and about the incident. He really had been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. ... And these handcuffs. They think I did? They think I'm Kazuma's killer?
When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside.
What do you mean?
There's no access to the cabin via porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls.
What?
Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside the cabin. Or do you have some other explanation?
This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly?
You're still going to deny the charge? Even despite the circumstances?
Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me.
The cause of death is still undetermined.
They don't know how he died?
The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted on our next port of call.
So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then?
That's true, yes.
About the incident. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma?
Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone.
Please.
Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all.
Well, yes, I was, but...
He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning he did not come. Could sense that he wouldn't.
Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder?
I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor.
And the white tape there now shows exactly where it was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow.
I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe.
This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me.
Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question.
Yes, alright. Oh, my head feels so heavy, it's still throbbing like anything. Stowaway and last night.
Why are you even on board this ship, Naruto-sama? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now. And I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time.
I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing?
No, that would have been impossible, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together.
He actually asked you? But why?
I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself.
I don't understand.
Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? Smoke break? Well, basically, we're trying to explain what happened, and Kazuma and I were in on this. So basically, Kazuma needed to go, won the privilege to go to Great Britain to study the law, so he can bring back what he learned back in Japan and implement it. Since he was a junior attorney, but only he got invited. He got a ticket. Susato, being a judicial assistant, got a ticket as well, but we were just a student. We didn't, before what happened in chapter 1, we never wanted to become a lawyer, but since we had a natural talent for it, Kazuma wanted me to go to Japan with him. But since I don't have a ticket, I was smuggled in. So for 2 weeks, I stayed inside of Kazuma's cabin. And every time there would be somebody coming in, I would hide in the wardrobe. And I would put a sign, a keep off sign. Susato wasn't in on it because if we were found out, she would be guilty by association. So we're the suspect number 1 again. But right now we're trying to figure out what happened. Now we have another flashback.
It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself.
Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. Almost like a Nathan Drake adventure. Almost.
You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that.
But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer.
Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there?
Well, no, definitely not.
But on the personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then...
Then what?
Nothing. Forget it.
Question mark? Susato ...
Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you.
Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes, then. It was darker than I ever seen it before. Susato-san. I'm sorry we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on this ship, I mean.
Final Kazuma-sama. I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association.
That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. Last night.
If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin?
Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. Where would you poop? Would you have to sneak in? Would you have to sneak in the hallway to go to the bathroom, or would you do your business outside the the cabin window. I don't see the fourth wall, but I assume that there's at least something, a hatch to open to. Anyway, I don't know.
Where would you poop?
And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I...
Fell asleep?
Well, yeah.
So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed?
Well, yes. That.
I know it sounds unbelievable, really I do.
Well, no, wait. Sorry. No, I know it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do, but it's the truth. I mean, if only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything.
Really?
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, it's... please, forget it.
Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it.
I really don't want to doubt you. The trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this.
Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Say Ohio one more time, I dare you, Ohio. Oh, I can't take this.
Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen.
I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen.
Well, what do you propose to do then?
I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened there. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how, and why they did it. And I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me.
Hi-ya!
Whoa! She flipped us over and now we're on the ground. She just judo flipped us. We're upside down. She has her hand raised in the air. She just tossed us. She tossed us on the ground. What the?
That was a Susato takedown!
A Susato what? What martial art form is that? It's judo.
I'm going to need you to prove it.
Sorry, prove it?
Yes, you're innocent. I need evidence.
But how am I supposed to?
Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law.
Oh, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now, and that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Yeah, the paper seal. Kazuma would stick this over the doors of the wardrobe for me. It says keep out in Japanese, though I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it.
Yes!
Tell me, when was I discovered in the wardrobe before? Was this piece of paper stuck over the doors?
Oh, yes it was. I remember clearly.
I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I want to slip in there. Just in case a cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well.
Ah! Yes, of course! The German who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them.
But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own.
Yes, that's quite true.
In other words, it's impossible that I kill Kazuma. There you go. Just like I said. ...
Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can't see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you.
Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up?
Oh, sorry about that. Yep.
Alright, now we're back on our feet.
Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least.
Thank you, so you finally believe me?
I'm sorry. No.
What?
I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position.
What, does she think so I am, a magician?
For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same.
Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san.
Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts.
Oh,
I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example.
right. Well, anyway, I should make start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Okay, now we can examine, move, and present. Okay, let's start with examine. Okay, so there's a reticule. What's this? These are the rules of passage to travel aboard the SS Buria.
It's essentially a list of requests for the captain to all passengers on board.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Okay. What? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet?
I admit that thought crossed my mind for a split second. And I was trying to decide, am I going to make a joke about that or not? But the game decided to make a joke about that.
I can't decide.
Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here.
Oh dear, that won't do.
Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san?
Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly.
Oh, yes, that's no good.
I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruto-san?
Oh.
I'm sure you're careful to look around using left and right on the D-pad, aren't you? Now let's investigate all corners of this cabin.
Oh, okay. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Okay, so now I can go left. It's sad there's no sound effects for that. So let's go with this.
Yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think.
What do you mean, contraption?
I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants.
Really? That sounds almost magical. Inosuke ... Shall we give it a little try?
Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Oh, okay, but at least there's a check mark to see that I already checked the evidence. So there's a air vent here?
I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin.
Isn't that a little odd?
What do you mean?
Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must be connected to the next door cabin.
Yes, it would appear too, you're right.
But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside.
That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way when the seas are rough? Or something like that?
I suppose maybe that's it. Okay, let's check the wardrobe.
It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruto-san?
I think living isn't quite the right description.
Oh? Oh no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout.
The trouble was I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception.
But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out there in the cabin.
No, sadly not. ... Here's an office.
This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing.
London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. Okay, now we see a fallen candlestick. It's been used and one turned off. There's a teapot, kettle, and a teacup. I think it's made of bamboo. There are some books, and there's a fountain pen in the middle of a notepad, but the tip of the fountain pen is next to the books. There's an envelope that's underneath a pile of papers, that's underneath a pile of books, and there's also some sort of box.
It looks as though the last entry is incomplete.
Which means what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue.
Yeah!
And I'm on the floor, head upside down.
That's out of the question!
What?
Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts!
But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Susato ... Alright, I won't read it.
Poor Kazuma-sama.
Oh, I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? ... Okay, here's a trunk.
That's a very large traveling case, isn't it?
Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me.
Memories? What do you mean?
Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case.
Oh yes, I see it says this way up in Japanese.
Which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here.
Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds.
Yeah, I bet it didn't happen in Nathan Drake. Well, it was less painful than the Susato takedown. Okay, here's the bottle of ink that was spilled on the floor. I don't have a reaction out of it. I have a reaction of the body and of the written message. There's a smear here, and what's this? I'm gonna look it up later. I'm gonna check the message first. Yeah, no reaction from the bed. Did Cosmo write that before he died?
Looks like it's written with ink. He must have knocked the ink.
Sorry?
He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor.
Well, judging from the bookcase that are tilted in one direction and the statue that tilted in the same direction, I believe there was a bolt turbulence and everything was knocked on the side. And that would include the ink bottle could have been knocked from the desk and fell on the floor.
Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage.
I cannot read Russian, but it looks like upside down L, A, P, triangle, E, P, O, 5 with a bar to make some sort of weird B, and 1. Anybody who understands Russian, feel free to translate what this word means. But we'll probably figure it out sooner or later. But okay.
I suppose. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it.
Oh, I suppose was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moment, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing.
I don't think that's Japanese, Naruto-san.
What? Then what language is this?
It pains me to admit it, but I don't know.
It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Oh! Now we see Sherlock Holmes just appear out of nowhere checking the desk. He's kneeling on the top of the desk and he's looking underneath the desk, head upside down. He's like a cat. So apparently he was in the room all along, probably behind the desk, and now he pops out. He wasn't there a minute ago, as far as I can tell. It looks like he might be European.
Oh, how did he?
You've noticed the man too, have you?
I have no idea who he is, or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall.
Exclamation mark.
Naruto-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is?
Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And he's investigating Kazuma's desk. Or is he just playing on it? I can't tell.
Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him.
Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san looks almost uncontrollably excited? I believe she's a fan.
By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press X on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them.
Alright then. I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and get what he has to say for himself.
Oh, please do.
Okay. Okay, right now I cannot converse, I have to examine. Now I press here. Excuse me. ... Question mark. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh, this is a critical point in my investigation. ... Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly.
Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Alright, let's wait. Oh! Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you. Wait, that was so quick. I haven't kept you long? Ah! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? ... He's wearing his goggles on. They're activated. Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry, what do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deduction have crystallized. You... I've been in Afghanistan, I perceive. I just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst adventuring towards foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least.
But how?
He's smoking his pipe. How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining.
Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else?
But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. Exclamation mark. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. Double exclamation mark. And when the bereaved occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarized the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now, nothing deceived his eyes. ... I'm dumbstruck at how wrong he is on everything. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, aren't you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? No, I don't see even one. I cannot see even one. I cannot see even one, a Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name. And now he's doing a weird... I can better describe... It looks like a JoJo pose. Is he JoJo posing? Sherlock Holmes is JoJo posing. I don't even see one person. Oh, that's the joke I just made. I don't even see one person who fits the bill.
So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama.
What?
And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Naruto-san. Absolutely wicked.
No, listen, there is no way I...
Susato, take down!
Still on my head.
Now explain yourself. Tell me everything.
This is ridiculous. Okay, back on my feet.
How could you do it?
For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously.
Oh, forgive me.
And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. But was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in the most troubling predicament, do you not? Yeah, that's the only part that was true. Well, yes, maybe. Aha! There you have it, you say. What do you make of that? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder, so I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Yes. So, yeah. Observation plus analysis equals deduce. That's basically Sherlock Holmes' train of thought. So basically, he observed. So Sherlock Holmes has a keen sense of observation, but this Sherlock Holmes has no analytical talent at all. So basically, yeah, to become a great detective, a great sense of observation, and then you need to learn a lot of stuff, which will sharpen your analytical skills. And then you can deduce. You can deduce the shit out of everything. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my finding with a brassy certitude, and more often than not, I'm right. Why don't think you introduce yourself? Do I need to? I mean, you know me. My apologies are remiss of me. Now he takes off his goggles. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes.
So, it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes?
The very same. The inimitable, actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san?
The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of them.
What planet was I been living on then?
We must ask him what is deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure.
Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Okay, now I can converse with him. Great detective, Cosima's dead. What you were just investigating. Alright. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? No. I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sherms. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication.
Oh yes, the Rags magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have sent it from England especially.
Oh yes, here it is, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist of the series of short stories then? Indeed I am! And you'll read so many of your own stories, you start to think you really are a detective? Make no mistakes, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Oh, so I was right. The victim in chapter 1 was Dr. Wilson. That was his biographer. He's dead. He was killed by one of his own students. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Pose. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form.
A science?
Really? The astute observer noticed even the most subtle of reaction in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deduction from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. Flips his, I think that's his signature move. Like, he's gonna use a finger and then flick the tip of his hat. The cap. The cap of his hat. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only, Sherlock Holmes. Okay, Kazuma's dead. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him.
When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open.
And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Sherlock Holmes was on board. And the handcuff seems to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Arrgh. The very moment I lay eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Oh. Two facts, your deduction just now, and what were you just investigating? Mr. Holmes, please tell us. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Yes, but first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Well, hold on, Mr. Holmes. What makes you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Tapyabok. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Oh.
So, do you really think Kazuma-sama would have left the dying message in Russian?
In their final moments, many find their native tongues filling their head for this young man. Russian. Wait, Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe may be the name of the killer. A certain Robert Garde, perhaps. Garderobe. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong to not look inside the wardrobe there at least. Let me check on something. Oh, the T is a G, the P is an R. Garderobe. Garderobe. So it's pronounced garderobe. Gard. So it is a B. Garderobe. Interesting. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided to check the garderobe, the wardrobe, because in French, because in French, wardrobe is garderobe. So it's weird that like it's pronounced the same or close to the same in Russian, but it's not nowhere being spelled the same.
Were you found, Mr. Naruhodo, sleeping soundly?
Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the scimitar as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people.
Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I have no idea.
Oh no, I have no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim in the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Oh, so he did took a picture. This! Okay, now we see, okay. Kazuma is on the floor. His eyes are closed. Is writing with his right hand. His finger is barely stained, so he probably wrote that. He has a clenched fist. His left fist is clenched. And that's it. I don't see anything unusual. Garderobe. Okay, but now he said he was about to write another, like, he was about to write another letter. That was probably the E, so he died before he finished the last E of garderobe. Okay, so this was taken immediately after a young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Cosmo's already been taken away before I woke up. Sorry. This is the first time I actually see him like this.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, thank you. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Crime scene photograph. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all of that. Oh yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Corrado, certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian. Your deduction just now. Can we talk about your deduction before, the things you concluded about me, I mean? The now famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part? Oh yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Okay, so this guy is quite tall. He has a grim face. He has a big hat, a very, very large beard, small sunglasses, round spectacles, and a very long beard. He has a very long face, a big nose, big ears, and he's wearing a military uniform from Russia. So now, this asshole thinks that we're this guy. We don't look anything alike, beside the fact that we share the same gender. How did he ever thought that just because this morning that guy left in a hurry in a boat, and then we were probably from Japan, we probably stopped at Shanghai at some point, that we were the guy? I mean, it baffles me. Like, we needed to prove that we were on the boat since Japan, not since Shanghai. And I can't believe that's gonna be our angle to convince him that we're not that guy. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the wrong Russian was murdered. Since when was a Kazuma a Russian?
It sounds like Mr. Sherms has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor.
It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered? Yes, you villain Bolshevik! No, 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 how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man, just look at his face! Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Pose. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Oh my god. Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway!
What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination blowing up the Crystal Tower.
Keep reading. Oh yes, the journal clearly interviewed the man and printed all of these particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake.
Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder?
And what about the part where you said, oh, I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in this article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in the war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it, anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all of that. It is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. The article about the revolutionary has been entered into the court record. Front page, Russian newspaper headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. I want to check the... And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. Yeah, I want to check the newspaper before anything else. Oh, wait, there's two sides. Okay, so there's this article.
I'm afraid I can't read of Russian.
No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai.
Yes, you told us that before.
It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale.
Oh my goodness, he is fearsome!
Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he?
The solution is obvious, of course. If you despise his beard to that degree, you need only to shave it off.
I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes.
Okay, now let's split on the outside. Okay, so now we see a ballerina. Wait. I need to adjust this. I see a ballerina article on the other side of the newspaper.
This is interesting.
Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san?
Well, no, I mean, it looked like it might be interesting.
I can't read a single word, I'm afraid.
No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think?
She's very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you?
I don't know. I can't make any sense of it.
Ah, I'm glad you noticed this article.
Ah!
Allow me to give you a short summary of its content.
Oh, thank you. It pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes.
It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai.
So, we have two missing Russians from Shanghai that left yesterday, and that's presumably where we left, where we are right now. Interesting.
During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She's, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova.
Why are Russian names so hard to remember? Bolshevik Pavlova.
Got it. It would appear that the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles.
Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles?
I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money.
So those eyes are shining like diamonds themselves.
The tiara is a property of the Novovich Ballet, where it seems the director is beside herself with worry.
Yes, I'm not surprised.
The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They have requested international assistance at all ports with selling to Great Britain.
Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country?
Oh, it does seem to be the Russian thing to do.
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, why is everybody Russian to leave Russia? Plumts. Hey, Mr. Russian, why are you so rushing to leave? The article about the ballerina has been entered into the court record. Good. So this has something to do later on. Okay. So let me examine the... paper seal.
You drew the character for this paper seal, didn't you, Naruhodo-san? There's such bold, vivid strokes you made.
You're looking at a man who came aboard inside of a trunk. Those brushstrokes needed to make a statement. If they found me in that wardrobe, those Russians would have hurled me into the freezing cold ocean.
I'm sure none of the crewmen would have done anything like that.
Well, I'm not so sure.
They would have forced you to wash dishes in the galley until you were on death's door or something like that.
Wash dishes until I was on death's door? That's a lot of dishes. Okay, there's glue. So there was glue.
Ah, this must be remnants of the glue you used to stick the papers on the wardrobe.
It looks like grains of rice, but can you make glue out of rice? I wonder. That's right. It was pulverized. Oh, it is. It was pulverized rice.
Pulverized rice?
Yes, I pulverized some of the rice for my evening meal, even though it broke my heart.
Broke your heart? What do you mean?
Remember, I'm a stowaway on this ship. All I have to eat was Kazuma's leftovers. Even a couple of grains of rice would have meant the difference between life and death.
Oh my, it must have been awful for you, Nahoho-san. But I have some glue with me as it happens. You're welcome to use it this evening.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay. So now we have the university color pin. Oh, there's a serial number in the back. It says 000901. Or... No, it's the one makes it that it can only be read from one side. So it says Imperial on the pin. Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. Oh, I like this spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems, lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of the founders, a sharp pin for a sharp mind or something? So this Erlock Shome is 34. Kazuma is 23. Susato is 16. Interesting. Just noticed something. Somebody, I don't know when, sent me a 100 bits. Coiled Twitch bot. So, some Twitch bots send me 100 bits for no reason. Interesting. Thank you, whatever you are. And you may find the vertical page of interest on the back. Cast your eyes over it sometimes if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russia. Oh, I couldn't hope to read it. Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Okay, what we were just investigating. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Oh yes, the victim.
Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all?
Flicks his finger on the inside of his cap. Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. Okay. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Yeah, Cosmo was keeping those notes on the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read. I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic, and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? You've read it. Come on, Susato. Give him the Susato takedown treatment as well. He actually read Kazuma's diary. Come on, you're not gonna do it? Why is that? Because you're fawn over him? He's a celebrity, so he's getting special treatment? Not fair, you hypocrite. I hate you. Flicks his finger. It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what the Susato takedown is. Susato ... Susato-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns?
I'm sorry, Naruto-san. What on earth do you mean?
Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter of hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim, it would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the other were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering there, boy, a smattering. I can't read that sentence. Sayonara, banzai, mikado, nado. I trust you're suitably impressed, huh? So I know more Japanese than Sherlock. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before then?
If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it for you, to you, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm much obliged, my dear madam. And he does a nice gentleman bow.
The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 p.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound.
A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray go on.
The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Oh. Okay. So there was a snake on board. He was killed by a snake? The speckled band? You know? Because we read the intro of chapter 2. An adder?
What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? What on earth does that mean?
I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before.
The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the joint cabin. Yes, the adjoined cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record. Okay, so basically what I think happened is a snake came from the other side of the cabin and then was camping in between in the ventilator grill, and it made some hissing sound. And when the Kazuma went to investigate, there was some turbulence. Maybe they hit a deep wave that knocked everybody up. That scared the snake. It felt threatened, and then he jumped. He jumped on Kazuma and bit him. And it probably went underneath the wardrobe, which is why Kazuma wrote wardrobe in Russian. It was to inform the crew, which is German, that there was a threat. I think that's what happened, but we'll see how it goes. So this is my prediction. So, I believe I'm giving you enough to consider for the time being at least.
Ah, do you have somewhere to go?
As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold.
Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to?
Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hello, Bustatrix! How you doing? Oh, let's give a little shout out to my dear friend, Bustatrix. How are you doing? Your last stream was a fitness. You were probably flowing. Yes, it's been so long since you've been visiting my stream. I miss you so much. And since with my work I can only stream twice a week, so this is why like we share common free time, and now we're together. I'm so happy to see you. I'm doing so good. I'm doing so good. I'm back in my place. I'm checking out on things, and I'm playing this game that was just released last week, and I'm already on chapter 2. And yeah, it's Victorian era / Meiji Restoration period. So you'll see a clashing of Western and Eastern cultures mingled together. You've been busy these days, yeah. I was. You were taking some classes so in the evening, correct? You have a new job. You like the character design, yes. Like for some reason, this copy of Sherlock Holmes, they call it Sherlock Holmes. He is a kind of a steampunk. He has some sort of gun, and his handbag has a machine with a pump, and he has different chemicals that he can put into the gun, and with a pipe he can pump it and shoots a chemical product. Like basically he's a forensics before the time. Like he's shooting luminol. So yeah, this is basically what's happening. And he has some goggles, and he puts an extra scope on the goggles, and that can gives him infrared vision. So basically there was we were a stowaway in the wardrobe you see on the left, and he was using the goggles to see that, okay, there's a person inside. And there was a sticker that says keep out, and he removed it, and we were discovered. And we're the suspect for the murder of our best friend, because the door was locked, and the murder could only have been in the cabin because he couldn't get out. And since we were in the wardrobe, we're the prime suspect. But since there was a seal on the door, how could we put the seal after we entered the door? It didn't make sense. So it's impossible that we would have been the killer. But right now we investigate, but under supervision, because we're not off the hook yet. As soon as the culprit is at large, like we're gonna remain shackled. Yes. So this is Sholmes. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No. That will be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point trying to return it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever you mean. I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit of any point. Wait. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing.
Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too.
You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. Yeah, that's the reason he's not Sherlock Holmes, but Sherlock Holmes. He's a phony. He has nice observation skills, but as comes to analyze the data, he sucks. So he jumps to the wrong conclusions all the time. He thought that because the victim wrote in Russia, you know this in the white, it's Russian letters. He assumed that the victim was Russia, and since we were wearing the same clothes as the victim, he assumed that we were Russian, and then there you read the newspaper clipping. Look, get this, get this. This is an article of a revolutionary leaving Shanghai, which is currently where we are because we're on a trip from Japan. We're going to Great Britain, and it's a 2-month trip. It's been 15 days, and we're only in China, and we just left Shanghai. And now he assumed that we're this guy, and we shaved our beard to remain incognito. So that's so you see, so you see, that's a schmuck. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. No, really. So what? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then, and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. If only he wasn't so handsome. Yes, he's so cute. Yeah, it's true that he's so cute. But you know, every Sherlock Holmes is cute. Every modern Sherlock Holmes is cute. Like the Benedict Cumberbatch, Robert Downey Jr., the guy I used to date Angelina Jolie in the TV series Elementary, and now this guy. A bit. Season 1, but I have not seen all of the episode of the Sherlock series, but I know about it. I know the things with Moriarty and stuff like that, but I think at some point I was satirized with so much Sherlock. I switched to other detectives like Poirot or other Agatha Christie mystery novels. I wanted to diversify. Like at some point I was like saturated with Sherlock Holmes. But as far as video game goes, I don't mind. Would you like to watch? Don't think we ever talked about it. Yeah. What do I like to watch? I like to watch anime. I like to watch adult cartoons. When I say adult, I mean mature. Like in the likes of South Park, Rick and Morty. I tried the first season of Bird Girl. It was nice. Right now I'm catching more on anime. What I'm watching right now in anime is fun because we're talking about Sherlock Holmes. It's a series called Moriarty, the Patriot. It's basically a series that revolves around James Moriarty, the villain. Yes, Big Mouth. I watched Big Mouth. Yeah, that's very Big Mouth. At first, I was like, "Oh, what's up with the drawings?" And then some people said, "Oh, you should watch some episode. It's very avant-garde and very positive and stuff like that." And then I watched the first episode and was like, my God, it's so vulgar. It feels like it's been written by Seth Rogen. And then when I see it says Nick Krill, okay, he's from his crew, so okay, I understand. But then I gave a chance to the series, and then I love it. It's so good. So good. It's true. Right now, I finished watching Loki. Oh, yeah, there was a thing that I saw on Disney Plus. It was on Stars. It's Solar Opposites. It's from the creator of Rick and Morty. And it's about aliens who fled their planet, who was about to be destroyed. They brought their clones, which are their children, and a pupa. Basically, the pupa is some sort of creature genetically engineered to terraform a planet so that they could be inhabited. So there was a lot of people left to go to a planet, and then they went to Earth thinking it would be isolated and they would be living on Earth, but then they realized this planet was overpopulated, and it's basically a show of an alien family tried to live on Earth, and it's the biggest, the most non-binary family I have ever seen. They have self-appointed genders because they don't reproduce like male and female. They reproduce through clones. So gender at this point is basically an aesthetic choice. Gender identity is an aesthetic choice. So it's so awesome. They have a boy and a girl. So basically, the boy is the main character's clone, and the girl is the other guy's. Like there's a blue alien and a green alien. So the son is blue and the daughter is green. And the couple, it looks like a gay couple, but we don't care about. They have no gender. So but both have male voice, so we don't care. But yeah. It's okay. I just recently finished Demon Slayer, so I'm looking for another anime. Have you seen Mugen Train? Which is the continuation of the season 1. Beastars. I like Beastars a lot. Season 2 just came out. It's a lot about anthropomorphic animals. I don't mind derailing the game if it's to talk about geek stuff. I don't mind at all. This is the reason why I made this channel, is to talk about. Just recently, just before I started the chapter, there was a nice Star Wars couple who just bought a Lego set, and they're using my channel. They lurk while they're building their Boba Fett ship, and they're watching me like while they lurk, like I'm a background noise. So talking about the geek stuff, Star Wars and shit is basically like here we can talk about anything and everything. You know, I couldn't get into Beastar Retry, but it was so strange for you. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. The thing about Beastars, the writing is good. Like the story could be interesting. It's like the carnivorous animals, they're trying to behave, try not to eat the herbivores, and it's like, can you have a relationship between a virgin wolf and a sex-positive bunny? It's interesting. You're still lurking. You're just still building the set. Yeah, yeah. I know you were gonna pop out and say hi. We're talking about you. All right. So how's the Boba Fett ship coming? So great. All right, let's continue with this game. We can keep talking about anything we want. So okay, so now Sherlock. We're gonna call him Sherlock, even though he's a schmuck. He leaves, and off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor as twisted as his name.
Naruto-san, what are you just standing there for?
Hmm?
We must go investigate the cabin next door as well.
Aren't you forgetting something? What about these?
Ah, yeah!
Judo flip. Chuck. Boondocks. I just realized we were talking about mature cartoon, and then I said judo flip. Chop. Judo flip. Not the Boondock Saints. The Boondocks. Like the African American cartoon. It's like, yeah! I don't think they could air because we got woke and they were talking about mean shit. Looking back at these cartoons, it was like, oh my god, Riley would go to jail. Poor guy. He was saying stuff. They were saying stuff like, gay's gay. Oh, sorry, I didn't know gay was a bad word. I was just a retard. It's like, oh no, don't say that. Don't say that. You can't say that. So yeah, we just been judo flipped by a Susato takedown.
After Kasuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up?
Okay, so there's no way I can.
Yeah. You're just going to roll over and accept your fate?
Or as if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we can still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Yeah! But this girl, man, like, basically she was like the protector of the victim's privacy. There was a diary. We were about to read it, and then she judo flipped us to prevent us to read his private thoughts. Like, he could upset someone, and then Sherlock Holmes came in and said, "Oh, I already read this, but since it's in Japanese, I can barely understand what it is. Can you read it for me?" And it was like, what do I know? Pretty sure this counts as a contaminating a crime scene. What you know? Yeah, pretty much. Since there's no police officer on board, there's only a consulting detective, a judicial consult assistant, and a student. We're basically a student. We're not even a lawyer. We're not even a lawyer. So basically the captain says, like, on the next port, we're gonna kick you off. So in the meantime, the crime scene is gonna be contaminated in one way or another. So we're trying to preserve the crime scene as best as we could. But we're gonna solve the mystery like we're the Hardy Boys or something. Yes, sir. Oh, I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door.
Good idea.
The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. Now I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Alright, so here's the guard. We're gonna keep examining because we were only left here. We haven't checked. Okay, we checked the body, checked the trunk. We didn't check the bookcase.
The books have fallen all over on the shelf. Look.
Oh shit! Wrong voice. Because they brought they brought the character to life, and I just forgot that. Yeah, we're in POV, first person. So the books have fallen all over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way.
And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although it's fallen over as well.
Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mowed down at once.
I wonder if... perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think?
I seriously doubt it.
Then perhaps... it was you, Naruto-san, in a fit of rage?
I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books in the statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. Okay. So there's this skin mark on the floor. What is this? It's a bell. It's half of a bell. And there's still some sort of smear. I don't know what it is. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears we have broken clean in two. Yeah, it was broken clean in two.
The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit.
I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He would have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he?
And the mark besides it, what is it, I wonder? It has sort of brick-like hue.
Yes, you're right. It is the color of a brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Yeah, where will we find a brick? So what's this? So toppled up ship, the sword. I want to check this. That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty.
Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here?
I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. Yeah, I can see the tablecloth has been moved.
But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he?
No, that's right, so he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me!
Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? Oh, it's just too horrible.
Or no, now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. So now we have his sword.
That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it.
Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul.
I believe you have to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this ship. And on this trip.
I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. Yeah, especially like during the Meiji Restoration, like all weapons are prohibited. So only a special like nobles and aristocrats and some higher class dudes would be allowed to carry a katana. And for him to have one as a lawyer is like, man, he has good privilege. And now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let the spirit go just yet. Dot dot dot. Okay, now we have the tablecloth. We have the sign on the wall, so scroll. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma.
Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart.
Yeah,
Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame? Knowing who drew them so thoughtfully?
of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to?
Even though you stowed away on this ship?
Now you're going to bring that up, aren't you? I can't win. Thank you so much. I try to remain consistent. It's not easy. I used to have one British voice. Actually two. One for men, one for female. Now I'm studying. I'm trying to develop more British accent. Like I'm giving a British accent to Naruto because he's going to Britain. And now a British accent for her as well. And then one for Sherlock Holmes. It's not easy, so I'm challenging myself in this stream as well. So thank you very much for the compliment. And now I have to do a Russian accent for this guy over there, for the sailor dude. I'm pretty much he was the one who shackled us. It was the captain's order. The captain thinks we're sus, so I'm pretty sure that wasn't Sherlock who shackled us. So you should have seen last week. There was this the prosecutor. He has a buggy voice. Like he has his glasses. Like he has his glasses and a top knot. He was very conservative samurai, and he was like, "What are you talking about? You should mind your manners and not squabble, young man." Give him a very buggy voice. Alright, tablecloth.
There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason.
Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute.
What is it?
That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. Oh. Oh. We ate the chicken that was meant for Kazuma. Because we were sleeping in the wardrobe, and when he was killed, we didn't wake up. Now we woke up with a headache. Click, 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 click.
So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama.
No, 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 no! No, I was not. I was not. Okay, let's talk to the... Oh, wait, I can do this. Okay, I cannot go further right. Was there any other clue? Check this, check this, check this, check this, check this. This, 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 this. This, the knife. So yeah, probably either the room was ransacked or my first guess was a turbulence. Like, you know, when you're on the ocean, like a big wave, shaky boat, so everybody was toppled over. And we have this Russian guard. Excuse me? What? I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Would you mind if I investigate a little outside? ... Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking prison guard to help him escape. Very funny. Ha 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 ha. We're in the middle of the sea, there's no chance of me escaping. Yet! You stay in this cabin until next port. Then it is up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay! Alright. There's no point trying to appeal to this man's better nature, that's for sure. Okay, let's check the door.
When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt has been firmly closed.
It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy. And it just lies across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. Yeah, the more, like, yeah, if it slides easily, like, I guess that we found a wave, everything was toppled, the cutlery fell on the floor, and the bolt slide, locking the door automatically without anyone touching. That's realistic, right? I'm not crazy. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. ... When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in the detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this.
Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door and this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. ...
When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, there's a guy coming in. Oh, look over there.
The crewman? Do you mean he wasn't there before, wasn't he?
He's doing... Wait. Is that... No, that can't be him. Oh my god. Yes, he has glasses, short hair. He's Japanese. And he's doing the waiter pose. Holy shit. Is that the detective from the Imperial Japanese Police? Osonaga, I believe his name was. I'm gonna be ready in case I have a voice for him. So that guy's a cutie. That's what I thought.
Why don't we try talking to him?
Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again. Cutie alert, yes.
But I suppose I could try.
Your buddy is ready, yes. Alright, so 3, 2, 1. Is
something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh yes, you're right. It does look familiar. Excuse me, sir.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Yes, it's him! It's also Naga! My god, it's him. Hello there. Didn't see you here. I'm here to give you dinner. I recognize that voice, but it can't be. Blood. Yeah, I still have. It is! It is! He was the one. Yeah, he was coughing. Yeah, for some reason he's coughing blood and he's always wiping his face. But he has an handkerchief for that. He has a waiter's handkerchief. Is he gonna wipe his blood on his sleeve and we're not gonna see any traces of blood on his uniform?
I didn't know you were here, Inspector Osanaga.
Yeah, wipes his face. No blood! Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped.
Nearly stopped, I hope.
I received some special order to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again?
You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
Bows. If there is anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. The dude killed him? I don't understand what his motive would be. But he looks sus, but right now we're trying to get out of the room, and since he's an inside Japanese crewman, he could get us out of the shackles and help us investigate the other room along with Herlock, Sholmes. So right now we're gonna treat him as an ally, because right now he's our best chance for a ticket out of this cabin. So I'm gonna treat it as a friend. Converse. Special orders. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector?
Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew?
... Bows. I'm so sorry. Adjusts his glasses. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. There you go. He was supposed to be his bodyguard. He got killed, and he takes responsibility because he was supposed to protect him. He was supposed to prevent the murder, and he failed. That could make him a suspect, but no. I'll still treat him as a friend. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reaches Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How? How could that even be a possibility? Shakes his head. I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible!
Oh, I don't believe it! Kazuma-sama was assassinated?
Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew.
I see.
And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been aboard, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. First class deck. ... I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector! Justice. So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word. Permission to investigate. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not!
We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door.
Yes. Yeah, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman here will surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be impossible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive.
What do you mean?
If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I would do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I would lay my life on the line if I have to. But I don't see how.
There may be a way.
What? Really?
Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Nerodo-san.
By presenting
me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession.
evidence?
It's just the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times in your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Osanaga could use.
So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes, I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Alright, so we're gonna go back. We're gonna present here. And then we're gonna use Kazuma's diary. According to the last entry he made before his death, he spied what happened to be a speckled band in the ventilator shaft. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary.
Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange? In what way?
He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I would like to know is... My lovely friend gotta go with somewhere... Oh, I understand. Thank you very much, Buster for coming in. Come back. Thank you for the hangs. Yes. And please come back when you have time, whenever is possible. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow as well at 1 PM Eastern. If you have some spare time, feel free to drop by. You are always welcome. You can jump back in later. Yes, absolutely. I don't think we're gonna be done in any time soon. I want to finish the chapter, or at least 2 parts at the very least. So I'm in for at least 5 hours. That's for sure. Maybe 6. We'll see. But there you go. Love your face. Heart shape. Alright. I'm gonna take this opportunity to refill my bottle because it's now empty and I've been talking non-stop. Won't take long. Just be right back. I won't go anywhere. And I hope you won't either. Be right back. Okay, and I'm back. So I took this opportunity to refill. Oh, you give me... Is that... I didn't realize. Bastard Tricks, you're giving me bits. So thank you very much for the 69 grams of glitter you're showering down my face. Thank you so much. Now I feel all sparkly and shining infused inside. Thank you very much. Yeah, there was no alert, that's why. Sorry about that. There you go. Okay. Oh. Sorry. Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector.
That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? You're willing to do that?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Are you going to against his direct order? Blood. I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I will lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you!
Let's seize the moment then, Naruto-san. Just select move, and we can leave this cabin at last.
Move! Alright, let's see what we can find out. Okay, let's go back. Move! Kazuma's cabin. First class passageway. The passageway that connects the first class cabin on the SS Buria. So we can examine the passageway. We wanted to examine the cabin. Alright. 9th of January, 7:48 a.m. SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. Now I see two doors. There's an alarm. There's a golden ramp. There's some sort of a trap. Looks like a mouse trap, but it has some sort of ball instead of for bait. We'll see what this is. Phew! I'm finally out of that cabin.
I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out there than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation.
Oh shit. Oh, I have to admit, this isn't quite what was okay. So this was all Ryunosuke. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation.
Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage.
Really? That must be awful. Oh. There's another... Oh, look over there. Now we see ship section, we see a map, and we see another guy, a bigger guard, who is sitting next to a door. So this must be the guard that guards the door to outside of the first deck passageway. First class deck passageway. Okay. So this must be the door that leads out of the first class. So we don't need to go there. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he is sitting now.
The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't.
I suppose. Like people in handcuffs?
Naruto-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already.
Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when we first came aboard, and ever since then I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe.
Oh, it must have been a very trying time for you.
Please, don't give me that pitying look. Okay, let's examine. So, what's this trap about? Oh, I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Wait, what? Okay, I missed the trap, that's why.
Ah, a trap for catching mice.
Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait.
Let me see. Yes, I think that's it. I think that's what it's called.
Okay,
I think that is what is called cheese. It is made from the milk of cows.
cheese? I wonder what tastes like. What that tastes like.
You can't eat it, Naruto-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers.
Really? But... I suppose you're right.
You weren't actually going to try, were you?
All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Cosmo's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe.
Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later.
Okay, let's see this door. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's.
Sorry.
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make...
You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home.
These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way.
500 and... How many cabins are there? So, what do you think this is? It's a very pleasant shape, isn't it?
That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it.
Oh, an alarm.
It says press only if times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop.
Oh, this I have to see.
What are you doing, Naruto-san? You mustn't touch it.
Oh, but this is an emergency situation. Look at these handcuffs.
You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation.
Oh, I wish everything would just stop, the ship included.
If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else.
Okay, let's see, cabin, this must be cabin number 2. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever is in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Hup. The big sailor appeared right in front of us. He looks tanned, but he has some sort of... He has a weird tan mark on his face. Like he's been sleeping under 2 boards. I don't know what causes his tan marks, because they're diagonal. Like they go across his face from his left eye to the bottom of his right ear, and then from his left ear to the right collarbone. How is it going, Tyler? I'm doing good, doing good. We're playing chapter 2. We're inside of a boat going to Great Britain. We're on the 2-month trip from Japan to Great Britain. We just left Shanghai. We're in the Chinese Sea, and there's been a murder. And we're the suspect number 1 because the cabin was sealed from the inside, so the killer couldn't have gone out because it couldn't be locked from the outside of the cabin. And we were found with a sealed tag in the wardrobe, so it was impossible for us to killed our best friend first. Feels like a clone of Phoenix Wright. But it is technically, it's more than a clone. It's a prequel. This is a prequel to Phoenix Wright. Naruhodo Ryunosuke is actually Phoenix Wright's ancestor, because they have in Japanese, Phoenix Wright's name is Naruhodo Ruichi, and this is Naruhodo Ryunosuke, so they have the same last name. So this happens in the 1900s during the Meiji Restoration period / Victoria era, specifically during the Anglo-Japanese Alliance in 1902. And right now we're investigating the murder of our best friend, who was an attorney. We're not an attorney, but we were hoping to visit Great Britain, which is the center of the world in this time, of the Western world. And we wanted there to study more about law so we can learn what we found, bring it back to Japan. You were hoping for a sequel, now you ended up with a prequel, but the prequel is actually pretty good. And it's like I said to... Oh, I said it to Shay in private, but yeah, this is accessible for the visually impaired. We did the test in Super Blind Man's stream last week, last Tuesday, when this game premiered. When you're using story mode, right now the story mode is off, so when I press the touchpad it autoplays. But when story mode is on, autoplay becomes story mode. So basically the difference is the computer will select the pieces of evidence for us, so you don't have to touch anything. So basically, if you need during investigation, the blind folks can just press the toggle on the story mode with the touchpad until it selects something, and then turn it off, and then we can keep reading. And it's pretty interesting. Right now we want to inspect this door, but this tall man refused us access because we're shackled, because we're the prime suspect. ... excuse me, we need to get inside this cabin here. ... Crossing his arms and looking at us angrily with his nice eyelash full blue eyes. Is so big his uniform doesn't fit him. We can see the belly button.
This sailor's eyes speaks volumes. They're clean, saying, "Keep out."
That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's version is definitely more effective.
It doesn't look like he's going to let us pass.
That's a problem. Okay, so we cannot get in. You were here, and in a flash, you're back here. How did you do that? There was like 1, 2, 3. You walked 12 feet in a blink of an eye. So let's check the map. This looks like a plan of the SS Buria. It shows each deck. Look.
The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skin hull. What a marvel of engineering.
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink in the bottom of the ocean? My God, have you never heard of Archimedes' push?
Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruto-san.
It is?
Well, Consider the Japanese archipelago. The island...
The island of Japan?
Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lump of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the god created them.
Oh my god, that's not even a good description. They're not floating on the sea, they have ground. My god. Well, I suppose so. And they're just gonna leave it at that. Oh my god. What a comedic duo these people are. But that's a huge book on top of the table there. And there's a pen next to it.
Yes, that looks like the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it? Dot dot dot.
The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded.
You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Sailor. Dot dot dot. Oh, that's his handwriting. Damn, son. Respect. Nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment.
I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruto-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank.
Presumably, that means there was nothing to report. Dot dot dot.
That's the way to the second class area of the ship.
Dot dot dot.
Is something wrong?
Oh, I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me.
I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment we reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman will surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there.
No, I started with my talk of running away. There's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remained a mystery anyway. Let's talk to the guy. Excuse me, but could I ask you something?
You little stowaway murderer.
That wasn't a good...
That wasn't a good start, was it?
All right, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class lady's maid.
Oh.
We seem to have caught the sailors on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not a sailor, my mother gave me name.
I am senior crewman, Beef Stroganoff.
Of course. Beef Stroganoff. Biff. Biff with one F. Like Biff Tannen.
What's the matter, butthead? You want a picture of me? What are you looking at, you butthead? Hello? Hello? Anybody home? You gonna think, McFly? You gonna think? Butthead. So go like a tree and bark.
No, it's Lee. Oh, sorry. Beef Stroganoff. Phew! The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. First class cabin area. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first class cabin area.
Here we are in finest part of Bureau steamship for very important persons.
What sorts of very important persons?
Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place.
Gosh, that's amazing.
but somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal.
Thank you.
If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Sogi's currently occupied?
Da.
Susato-san, did you understand that?
It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no?
Genius. Genius.
It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation.
Exclamation mark. Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least.
Yes, it's tantalizing.
Passenger in the next door cabin. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? ...
His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott.
Grimsby Roylott.
He is very important Western gentleman.
Grimes. I feel like there's a pond somewhere, but I cannot see it. A Western gentleman?
Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy.
How can you be so sure about that?
Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from his significant Far East Islands.
That was harsh.
Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is not your business.
Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there.
Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabin, he must be rather important, is that right?
That is not your business.
Last night? Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff?
Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about student boy.
Were you on watch last night as well?
Of course.
And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual?
Hey!
Oh, that must be Niet.
Niet!
Susato-san, did you understand that?
It was clearly a no!
I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all.
And you didn't hear any strange noise? Or sense anything was wrong in some way?
I said no!
Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that it wouldn't catch my eye for a moment here.
This is enough. I cannot say more now.
Oh.
It's time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin.
Yes, alright.
Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistle on top of the mountain. Or, as English say, when the pigs fly.
When the lobster whistle on top of the mountain. Typical famous Russian expression. Of course. Yes, I understand.
Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we?
Definitely. Okay. First class passageway? No, wait. I can check the door, finally. At last. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that we saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Knock, knock. Dot, dot, dot.
No answer. We're out of luck. It seems there's no one in there to help with our inquiries.
How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin.
Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman.
Oh, it was a high-pitched scream.
Stand aside!
Oh, stand aside! I'm about to break the door down. This is our Sholmes. He's coming in. I thought he was already inside.
Mr. Sholmes!
I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges.
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick?
I think we should...
I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. So, we're going in. 9th January, SS Buria, first class cabin, number 2. Whoa! We have a man with scissors. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. Okay, I see where they're going with that. He kind of looks like the Russian revolutionary, but that's definitely not him. Simply because the nose is not the same, the beard is too fluffy. He's wearing some scissors. He has a Russian coat, a Russian hat. The bookshelves has been tilted as well, in the same way ours has been. His wardrobe has been open. The bed is on the opposite side compared to ours. So is the wardrobe. There is a bell cord and the other side of the ventilator, the shaft. And we see 2 pieces of luggage. One suitcase on a chair and one big bag on the floor next to the door. And that's all I can see. Oh, there's a little bowl in the bottom left corner of the screen. Looks like a bowl of milk. Oh, okay, I see. I see what's going on. Mister, you're in deep trouble. You're in deep trouble. But he screams like a woman for some reason. Kind of like Flanders. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. Click, click. Yeah, he's wearing mittens and he's holding a large pair of scissors, like big as shears, and he has a piece of newspaper in his left coat pocket. As you can see, there is nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. Now we can see the left side of the cabin. It is indeed a bowl of milk. There's... The tablecloth has not been affected in this situation. I see a teapot, an English teapot, not the same as a Japanese tea kettle and mug from Asogi's side. They're both metallic, and there's some sort of square box. Is that a bin? I think it's a little garbage can. It looks like it's made of wood, and it's square shape as well. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sherms. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I'm a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the cover of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detective. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Yeah, the trunk is moving.
Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Naruto?
Yes, the case just shook. Leave, now! Otherwise, I'll call the steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Royalot. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something.
I couldn't agree more. Let's see if I can find those clues before that burly sailor returns.
Alright, examine quickly. So Sherlock is sitting inside he's sitting inside the wardrobe for some reason. Okay, so okay, here's okay, we're gonna start with a teapot from left to right. What do you think you're doing?
Ah!
This is my cabin. Get out.
Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps?
No.
Aw, what a pity. I think we're out of luck.
I think you're right.
There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do.
I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Oh, it says we checked everything. Okay. There's this. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only you may only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? No, he said Mr. He doesn't want the honorific. Okay, we're friends now. We're buddy. We got him Holmes. Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course.
Resting?
Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service.
Oh!
And it seems that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Royalot, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course! Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
Oh yes, please!
Well then, what are you about to see may well astound you. For I'm about to apply my great detective's greatly admire great deduction to the case. Yes. Could this man be a more hackney portrait of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me, is a fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone.
That's right, and Mr. Sholmes, I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. Its bias is the judgment.
Shh! I must have complete silence! Dot dot dot. What are you doing? Why are you playing on my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Oh!
Oh, Naruto-san! I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes!
That was a great deduction?
Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, it can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What? One ineffable twaddle.
Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And now I experience the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. Oh, this is like a dream come true.
Oh, I couldn't hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you? How could I possibly know such things? You wish to... Is that what you wish to say? Very well, then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction. The game is afoot. So this is a mini-game. Topic number 1. Old man's identity. Conclusion. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place, is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want to do with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Question mark. Oh, okay, so this is a false assumption. Like, he was caught doing something with the shears, but that was not necessarily cutting of the beard. Huh, okay. Now, moving on. Spotlight. The question that begs is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Exclamation mark. Regard, if you will, this morning newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article. which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Royal. Yes, it's the same article that he has in his pocket. Exclamation mark. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Question mark. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. He was right about the newspaper, but he was wrong about being the front of the cover. Oh my god. Is that? Ah! I just realized something. Oh my god. We need better proof. We need better proof. This looks like a disguise. Yes. Alright. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary itself, Villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Conclusion, a revolutionary on the run. Okay. Topic number 2. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion... Spotlight. You are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Exclamation mark. And the proof of this crime over there. Oh. Exclamation mark. Oh yes, Mr. Royal. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. So he did he said over there, and then he reacted like, oh yes, I was hiding something. And he looks at a specific direction. I don't know what exactly he was looking at. Probably at his suitcase, the one I couldn't open. Oh! And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. Yes, the glance was looking at the suitcase on the chair. The shaky one. The proof of a crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling suitcase. Question mark. Oh. So it's probably not that case. Okay. At this time, I think that the case be opened and its contents laid bare.
No, I refuse.
What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein. No, it's too small. It's for a cat. I would say it's a cat because we saw a bowl of milk on the floor, and it's hidden because no pets are allowed in the ship. Remember?
Don't be absurd.
And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Exclamation mark. Dear me, we are not well suited for a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'etat betrayed you. Once again, we only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. The newspaper. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can eloquently be found in the pages of the newspaper. Question marks. Oh, okay. So he assumed that the Russian revolutionary Bolshevik kidnapped the ballerina prima donna. Or prima bella, the prima dancer. The prima ballerina. And he was about to kill her inside of a ship with a pair of shears. But probably what could happen is, based on my deduction. So yeah, this could be the clue that I was hoping for, but I need something better. For this is another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, then the newspaper is flipped. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Conclusion: kidnapping of young ballerina. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elemensky! Dot dot dot. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deduction I've been hearing so much about, was it? Wait, why am I Scottish now? sorry about that. Okay, let me try this accent again. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deduction I've been hearing about much. Sorry. Let me have another sip. Sorry about that. Okay. That wasn't one of the great deduction I've been hearing so much about, was it?
Well, the stories are full of Mr. Shum's brilliant deductions, you know. But that, it seems a little different somehow.
Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. Could you come over here for a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other! Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance.
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Royal does look more like this man than you do.
But that's not the point! And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina, indeed a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. No, I assure you, it's bigger on the inside. I've seen that show someplace. I met a weird man coming out of a blue box, calling himself the Doctor, with some weird assistant, kind of like you. Might I conclude that you're a doctor as well? You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you push really hard. Yeah, I made that fourth wall up. Because it's true, I'm pretty sure that like there was a Doctor Who episode when they went back in time and in the Victorian era and they met something that looked like Sherlock Holmes. Maybe it was Arthur Conan Doyle, or that could be something. Like there is a lot of Sherlock fan who wanted to have Benedict Cumberbatch to meet Doctor Who. And have the assistant that walks and like having a Sherlock Doctor Who crossover along with Supernatural, something like that.
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is he? Or she?
You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15, and she's a ballerina. She's very supple. She can fit into a small package like a yoga master. Have you met Houdini? I met Houdini. He was still alive in the Victorian era in 1902. I met Houdini. No, I didn't know. How could I?
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out of the case. Out from the case.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Yuck. Drinking vinegar would make you slim enough to fit inside of a small suitcase. Where do you take your facts, man?
Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortions in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
This whole thing is turning into a circus.
Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off.
Your idea of a little may be a little of itself. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mr. Sato.
It's just one or two keywords in his deduction that seems to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some keywords in his deductions.
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we would unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrist. My wrist? Oh, I don't have my...
Where are your handcuffs?
He removed my handcuffs. Thank you, Sherlock. Yeah, he's good at lockpicking. He didn't have the key, so he took off my handcuffs for this time. So I'm gonna assist him. Huh? How? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel!
Naturally. And don't you worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrist when we are finished. Oh, I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Now with course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! Old man's identity, conclusion, a revolutionary on the run. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Royalot, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Can I do something about it? Where can I say hold it? Oh, they're gonna tell me. I'm in the correction part. Okay. So this is a new mechanic altogether. It is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Okay, the shears are correct. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Okay, so this is where the contradiction is.
I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
I know that's some things all ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. No, it's not the perfect tool to shave a beard or shears.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong.
Let's try to switch a keyword here, Mr. Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
I wonder if it really is his beard they intend to use those shears on.
Exactly. If we don't manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deductions better,
Then what?
then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san.
Why am I the only one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Royla we're going to use those enormous shears for? Oh, you were on the verge of using the shears. Okay, so copious beard, history, presents. Oh, I can move. Oh, okay. Wait, what's this? Oh, okay, I see. This is the confirmation. This is the clue I was looking for. Golden locks. He has a wig. So he was using the shear to cut the golden hair. So this is the only evidence that I'm missing. So this is the ballerina in disguise. She eloped. Instead of, she's a stowaway as well, but she took another identity. And the womanly scream comes from her because she's a woman. She disguised as a man. She needed the shears to cut her hair so that they wouldn't come out of the wig. And yeah, she was worrying because she has a pet in the suitcase right there because of the sign next to the door. Yes, the sign next to the door that says warning, no pets allowed nor weapons. Okay, so I think I got everything. So golden locks, present. You want the words or using the shears to cut away the golden locks? You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks, you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Okay, so we interrupted Sherlock Holmes from making a mistake, and now he's taking the credit for that. Oh yeah, of course, I totally meant to say that. Of course, the golden locks. It was so obvious. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. Royla! Exclamation mark. You're not a man at all, you're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then, Beg, is this: why would you decide to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Exclamation mark. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock.
I had no idea that
old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? ... What? Why are you staring at me like that?
Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes.
I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Now, strictly come.
Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that is picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now.
Yes.
Let's search the evidence for something else, something that fits the facts as we now understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Okay. Article about ballerina.
Yes!
Article about the ballerina. The evidence that revealed your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Arrgh! Then he fell. And the shears are stuck on the hat. And then he removes it. Now removes the glasses and the fake beard. And the wig and the glasses. Oh, she has nice earrings. Golden moon, and there's a diamond, some sort of jewel. A clear jewel inside of the crescent moon. Okay, so she's pretty, man.
You are right. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone.
Conclusion: a ballerina on the run. Old man's identity solved. Topic number 2, wrongdoing. Conclusion: kidnapping of a young ballerina. That's false. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime over there. And she looks at somewhere. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taking unawares, people has a propensity to let their eyes stray, you say?
Oh!
And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. No, it's not the case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all.
In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Ah, I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again.
You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes?
Stop it! Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Okay, so now we're gonna move. Okay, there's a tiara. She stole the tiara. Wait. Oh, okay, so the tiara was behind the chairs. We couldn't see it at all. I never saw that. So she was looking at this direction, but she was not looking at the traveling case. She was looking at the tiara.
Yes!
She stole the tiara from the ballet. The proof of your crime... Oops. Oh yeah, the proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Okay, so basically I think that what happened here is she's defecting. She's defecting, and since she left with her outfit and she was wearing a real jewel crown, which was the property of the ballet, she meant to get away with that because she needed money. She wanted to defect from Russia.
Oh!
I believe this tiara is worn on stage by a dancer in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictures here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft.
Oh no!
Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully, taking their precious tiara with you.
Arrgh!
She adjusts her hat, and she has a defensive position. She feels vulnerable right now.
I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money.
Yes.
But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me.
The Earl of Prussia? Yeah, which country was Prussia again? It was not Germany. Austria? The Earl of Austria gave you this tiara for some reason. But yeah, the rest, she was leaving for Shanghai and going to Great Britain. Interesting. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. She could have sold her earrings, but she wouldn't go far.
Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now.
Come, let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I have ever laid eyes on them! Exclamation mark. Dear me. We are not well suited for a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Yeah, she looks at somewhere else. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. The bookshelves? No. The reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books of the shelves.
Oh, he's completely changed tack with his deduction now.
I think Mr. Schultz is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you?
Maybe, but he has suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this. I mean, why has he?
Alright, I'm gonna change. I'm gonna recharge my controller and change.
It's just a wild guess, surely.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written on the book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true. But still, Miss Pavlova suddenly cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze has involuntarily drawn.
I agree, that's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. This, the rules of passage.
Yes!
The reason why you refuse to open your case.
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents.
It's shifting again. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapons or other dangerous item would move on its own accord.
Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case.
Both of them, dancing, deducing, is the lost item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet. Ah! Adjusting her hat. She's been knocked back. Defensive position, almost crying. So, conclusion, possession of prohibited animal. Solved. Deduction complete. Elementary, my dear Watson. So wait, does that mean... Wait. I just connected the two. Because there was a speckled band that presumably came from this room. And we have a ball on the floor suggesting that it was a pet. But it's weird because it looks obviously like milk. I thought that it could be a snake inside of the thing, but what would the speckled band be if it's not a snake? Then we have the broken glassware. I have no idea where it came from. What else is a speckled band? I'm thinking of a toy of some sort. I don't know. Anyway. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were.
No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel.
Which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed?
In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. ... Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone.
So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin?
That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally.
More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself so no one would recognize me.
She said disgust instead of disguise. As a result, you transform yourself into that questionable man. I see.
I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and...
At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoying locked cabin door.
Annoyingly unlocked. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Things do indeed happen like that from time to time.
Are those two even talking about the same thing?
There's just one thing I would like to know.
What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? Pavlova?
You were right, it is my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew,
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you, but in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night.
Yes, alright. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruto, wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction?
Oh, it was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible.
Indeed, it is incredible. And one more thing.
Oh, yes, what?
Observe your wrist. Oh, I got my shackles back on.
My... Oh, come on!
Ah, your hands are cuffed again.
What? But how?
True to my word, I've restored your shackles.
When and why?
There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruto. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in this diary really was.
Okay, now we can converse with her. What happened last night? Did you know someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
The man who died, he was a friend of mine.
Oh.
That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking?
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded.
Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened.
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? ... I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, I see. Running away? You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I have to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, they would have killed me.
So you ran away to protect yourself?
Yes, and the crew of this ship, they all have been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruto?
Me? Yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Conundrum.
Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. ... According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. ... However, The SS Buria stopped by no port last night.
Oh, that's it, of course.
So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard?
Dot dot dot.
Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside there. Sorry?
The crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
They say it was... Dot dot dot. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. Dot dot dot.
An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry, what was that?
It is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel.
Dot dot dot. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heaven, bringing grace and beauty to the diction. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact.
Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Mr. Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Friend. So the friend, air quote, you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they found them, my precious...
Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison and throw you and your case overboard, no doubt.
Ah!
So reassuring, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
Dot dot dot. Maybe an adorable little rabbit. Shakes her head.
Ah, you credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you?
Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then?
You may well ask. I have no idea.
Ugh.
You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerinas, friend. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken.
Really?
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, a daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance.
So you would hit your friends. I'll remember that. Friend eater. She shakes her head.
Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed.
She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Let's examine the... Okay, now we can examine the room. Let me see. Don't touch! Huh?
I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. Or, how do you say, forbid it!
Oh, sorry.
As well you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. Poking around a young lady's private belongings? Neither shall I allow it.
Hypocrite. Okay, so I cannot examine anything because it will say the same thing. Okay. Present? Yeah, I'm stuck with presenting. What am I gonna present? The diary because of the speckled band? This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, and he wrote in last night before he died something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator you mentioned joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabins are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps?
Dot dot dot.
No. I don't know anything.
Oh. Dot dot dot. Excuse me, Mr. Royalot. This is Stroganoff. Oh, she's back into costume. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. A captain would like to speak with you. You must come to captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I will come now. Dot dot dot. What? You must leave, now. Oh no, it's fine, don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Royalot.
Get out! The passengers say out, or do you want me to throw you out? It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued? Yeah, to be continued. Save your current progress? Yes. Mr. Royalot's cabin. Oh, so it auto saves every time you come into a new area. Oh, that's nice. Interesting, interesting indeed. Okay. Okay. So, it's been 4 hours. I feel a little bit tired. I don't know if I should. Now, I'll keep playing a little bit more. I'll keep playing a bit more. If my mouth is a bit tired, or we're gonna do something else, we're gonna play with the additional content or something. I said we'd do 2 parts, so this is only one. 9th of January, SS Buria. First class cabin, passageway.
I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor's guarding the door.
He's clearly against us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
Oh yes, he's completely disappeared.
When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely backed on my wrist. Okay, so can I move? Can I go to Miss Pavlova's cabin? I can go back to my own cabin. So can I examine shit? Has anything changed? Oh, I can recheck the log. That book on top of the table there is really huge. There's a pen with it too.
Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it?
The writing's good.
Okay. Last night logs is blank. There was nothing to report. Okay, so there was no new changes here. That door leads to the second class. It's locked. I can't open it.
No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape.
Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Yeah, 9th January, SS Buria, first class, cabin number 1. It looks like they're still investigating in here.
Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Sonaga is unscathed.
What do you mean unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he would lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. So, where is he? Ah, there it is. He was on. He's standing guard next to the wardrobe. So there are new stuff that I can examine. All the books provided from passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf.
They were all over the place when you first looked around, if you remember.
Oh yes, and you tidied them up, did you?
You have to look for after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabin leads to damage.
But it really wasn't me who knocked them over.
Well, anyway, I feel much better now. They're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy.
Okay, let's check the desk. This is where Kazuma spends his final moments, writing his diary. Can hear faint whistling. 135, speckled band. It's almost impossible to believe that he's gone.
Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in his words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruto-san.
We will! Okay. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. They spelled the Russian word for wardrobe.
It does seem to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you were sleeping in there.
But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think?
Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written these last words. or even a single word, in Russian.
Which begs the question, who did write it? Okay, that didn't change, that didn't change, that didn't change, that didn't change. The log didn't change. I want to talk to this stupid guard. Let's talk to Osonaga. Oh! He's been bruised. He has a black eye and he's been punched in the face. Oh, you're back. Inspector!
What happened to you? Your face is...
Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he would lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh!
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herr Lockschalz. So I don't think he was German though. Herr Lockschalz. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, wait. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. He smiles, with his resolve fist clenched. The cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know his graceful angel? Blood. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? Just his glasses. Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? For some reason, the eye that's been beaten doesn't reflect the light. I don't know if because the glass is broken. Probably is. Oh, it sucks. Oops, no, I definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do, shakes his head. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
New information. So what is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Bureau's medical officer has finished his examination of the body and managed to obtain the report. Oh! Kazuma's post-mortem report?
Kazuma-sama.
So, what was the cause of death? Damage to cervical vertebrae. This was written in the report. Alright, I just noticed the glasses. The glasses, the glass, it is broken because the frame is bent on his left eye. So they punch him so hard, they bent they break the glass and they bent the metal frame. So that's serious damage there.
His neck was broken?
Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in the system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Shakes his head. Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck can induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left.
Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Exclamation mark. After all, if I didn't trust you, I would never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Oh. Dot dot dot. The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. Okay, before I go into the great detective, I want to check the new piece of evidence. Victim, male, Far Eastern. Time of death, sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2. Cause of death, damage to cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death? So that contradicts the message. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. So he didn't wrote that note. If the death was instant. This is the first thing you learn when you play Ace Attorney games. First thing. There is always something about the dying message. Alright, was a little doozy. Wait. Was that all? Yeah, that was all. That's all I can do with the evidence. Okay, great detective.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was there, was he?
Yes. He seems to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing. But he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. The smear on the floor? Was that shoe polish? So somebody stepped on the glassware and make a slide? No, that's weird. That's not a footmark. If it was when he was over there. It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Oh no, it is. So that's shoe polish. So why did he run away?
Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? Sort of. Oh, wait! So he slept on the broken glassware and hit his head. So was that an accident? Did he broke his neck? Or a sort of dark brownish red then?
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repair them for him.
Oh, Does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoe as they scuffed on the floor? The mark on the floor has been entered into the court record. A piece of small glass object and what looks like a scuff mark made by Kazuma's shoe were found by the victim's body. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Blood.
Poor Inspector, you look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. ... Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. You too? A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Oh, I cannot talk to him. That means he ate... So that means he ate the chicken as well. So that was explore, examine. This shaft needs to be re-examined. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Yes, that's right.
And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. There are speckled bands that described it.
If only Miss Pavlova has been able to shed some light on it, but she seems as baffled as we are.
Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though.
I'm not sure.
I know most people abroad would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. ... Okay. Alright, let's talk to that sailor. Yo! Where did you go? Oh, sorry. I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Inspector, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. Phew! He's gone back guarding the door.
I hope Inspector Osonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account.
He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he?
When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnaval. That could be a very long time from now, Naruto-san.
Okay. Anything new? Anything new? Anything new?
It really is such a beautiful color, this glass.
It looks like whatever it was has broken clean too. But the other half is nowhere to be seen.
Then there's the brick color mark.
Which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about.
I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes.
Maybe, but what I would like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else?
Perhaps he's a great detective, of course.
Well, that's hardly a reason, is it? Okay, so I think I'm done here. Let's move to the hallway. Night of January says Bureau, first class cabin, passageway.
Ah! Look, Naruto-san! Seaman Stroganov is gone!
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor is always crossing his arm and glaring at us!
Or all these Russians' names are impossible to remember. Da da da. Tra la la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra la la, lira lira lay. I did it the great detective way.
This caroling, I know that lark-like voice.
Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely, before that stringy knot Croman becomes back.
It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot.
Okay, so let's go to Pavlova cabin. 9th of January, it says Buria, first class. Cabin number 2. Bit my tongue, sorry. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Oh, and the trunk is open. Hey, what are you doing? Those are private things. And she has her clothes set up.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Da da da.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at port. It's in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really?
We must solve this case, Naruto-san, by ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will. Alright, let's examine. Can we finally examine the teapot?
It would seem this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people.
Or because Miss Pavlova already came into this cabin last night, she hadn't had a chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I will lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruto-san?
Okay, let's try the milk.
I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately.
Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just about here?
What? A leak?
Is this ship quite safe?
Oh, I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink.
No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she?
I suppose your cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away?
Naruto-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know?
Or those eyes, she's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in there at all.
Oh, well. That's a little disappointing.
Okay, let's check our desk. There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see. It seems that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian.
Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Kindly remember that.
Okay, let's check the open.
Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open.
It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, air quote, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she has in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Okay, let's see the... All the books have toppled over together, look, every single one.
Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kasuma's cabin.
Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase?
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage?
Not everything bad that happened on this ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Oh yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rule of passage. Passenger must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean.
I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now.
It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Steven Strong Enough doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oops. I accidentally pressed R1. Oh yeah, so do I. Okay, so this is unlock. This cabin door has the same simple lock of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt-on's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the body from outside.
Yes, it's not particularly of a dirty bolt, is it?
But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
It seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either.
It seems I always seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me.
Naruto-san, are you there?
Sorry, I'm right here, yes. Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I was looking. There's no place like home.
Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know.
Well, anyway, I'm not so sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding there, but no such luck. Okay, so I thought that the bag next to the door is actually a clue, but it's actually because of the open wardrobe door. It looks on it, but it's actually this. So, the bell. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too.
Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist.
She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come.
We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. And the hatch. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Ah, maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupant of both cabins would die of gas poisoning.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of his ventilator. Da, da, da. Sorry, kinda dozed off a bit. Is there anything I overlooked? Saucer. It really looks like a bell. Am I done here? Wait, what's this? Let's go back to the first class passageway. Maybe I overlooked something. The alarm? No. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin, it's Kazuma's.
Blah blah blah. We already read that. I wonder if Inspector Sonaga's managed to uncover any new clues.
Yes, we should probably find him and ask.
The rat trap. Oh, Sherlock is here. He's looking at the... Oh, it's Mr. Holmes, look! Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something he signs to himself.
Tra-la-lira-lira-lay, I did it the great detective way.
He's still signing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us?
Or simply in extremely high spirits.
Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was a doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about.
Well, excuse me.
I solved it all, and nice to tall, I did it with the grave detective way. Mr. Holmes! Oh! What is it? You wanna fight?
Boxing stance. Pugilist stance. It's like, I said Mr. Holmes, I should say Mr. Sholmes!
Honestly, I'm too good fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish.
Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured out it's as a good time as any.
I very nearly dropped you on the floor with one of my famous right hooks.
Alright, I get the picture. Now could you please put those fists away?
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily-built crewman who's actually on guard here.
Oh yes, the ship's log.
Did you find out anything useful from it?
Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank.
Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so...
You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been truly, utterly blinded by it.
Sorry?
Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever you mean, Mr. Sholmes.
Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It seems the same crewman of Sans Sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour.
Oh! He writes that every 30 minutes? Sorry.
Nothing to report?
Precisely. Put simply, the seamen write nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean?
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
Smoking a pipe? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I will stick my life on it. You must log the ship's logs in your mental file.
The ship's log has been entered into the court record. Now, that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Okay, I need to check the ship's log. Yes. From midnight to 1:30, nothing to report, nothing to report, nothing to report, nothing to report. Then from 2 to 5:30, nothing. January 9th, duty crewman, beef stroganoff. Corp kept to the crew assigned to the first class cabin area. There are virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until early this morning.
Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. what makes Sherms Sherms. Brilliance! Huh. Oh, ouch.
What is it? Are you hurt?
Oh, no, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more.
Oh, he has a throbbing head as well.
Well, my friends, until our next encounter.
So yeah, everybody who ate chicken were drugged. Kazuma wasn't, but he was supposed to be drugged. So he was... Okay. So... He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just... well, I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke up this morning, I have something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too! Okay. This is check, this is check. Miss Pavlova's cabin.
This could be our chance.
What?
The burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We could investigate every last inch of that cabin.
I'm not sure if we could go that far. We could certainly do with looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. Okay, okay. So, let's go back. Let's go to move. Let's go to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
Ah, what's that?
Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile forward. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact.
What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
What? Oh, I can't stand. Yeah, everybody's still thinking. Hold on to me.
Ah!
Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all?
I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto-san.
Yes. The library book. Oh, here's what happened. I knew it. I freaking knew it. The books on the bookcase I've tilted once again, and the lock on the cabin slid to lock itself. And of course, the suitcase fell off the chair. But yeah, it's exactly as I thought. There was a maneuver, like the ship was tilted because it was riding a big wave, so it was braced for impact. But what was the shut down the engines? Vessel sighted a quarter mile. Full stop. Hard to starboard. So it was not a wave. They met a ship. Okay. Okay. So when they met a ship at the speed they were going, it created a wave. Ah. So when the wave hit, it tilted the boat for a while. Looks like we avoided collision.
I think.
Yes, the ship has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine.
Hello, is everyone in here? Shout if you need assistance.
Oh, that sounds like... Oh, that's Osonaga. So, hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance.
Inspector Zuniga!
Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Yeah, it's locked.
Look at that!
The door's bolted.
Did you do that, Susato-san?
No. Sorry, the other one. Other way around. Did you do that, Zato-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again.
Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in?
I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way, but I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidied up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued? Oh, I knew I said I was going to stop after 2 parts. It's true that I'm a bit tired and my voice is a bit hoarse. But you know what? Let me just... Save complete. Okay. Just gonna check around, see if there's anybody interested to raid. If not, I just want to finish with a little bit of more of investigation of the bonus content. And that's how I'm gonna finish the stream. So, let's see. Is there anybody I can raid? Oh, there's a commercial. I have to wait 15 seconds. Birthday preparation for Kiwa Play. It says makers and crafting. It looks like they're watching videos of some sort. Okay. There's Asian Sensation who's playing Skyward Sword HD. There's iKitKat who's playing Resident Evil Director Scott. Agatha is playing Skyward Sword HD 2. Gabby Apples were playing Call of Duty Warzone. But I don't know if I still want to... if I want to have anything to do, you know, with the Blizzard Activision scandal. I don't want anything to do with Call of Duty anymore. It's not like I'm gonna boycott the game. I never encouraged this company to begin with, not because of their scandalous practices, but mostly because whatever they made never appealed to me at all. Like Call of Duty, not interested. Overwatch, not interested. Diablo, World of Warcraft. I think the last game I played from Activision was The Simpsons Bart's Nightmare, back in the 90s. It was hard, but I accomplished it. And I think it was from Acclaim. No, was it Activision or was it Acclaim? No, it was Acclaim. The Simpsons was Acclaim. What was Activision again? I need to check what's in the roster, and probably I never was interested in Activision at all to begin with. I played StarCraft, but that was it. I played Warcraft and StarCraft, the old one, not the World of Warcraft, not the MMO, the old one, back when there were no online play, and it was kind of like eh. So let me check who else. Bella TV's playing WoW. And we have the other Damien. D00000014. He's playing Yakuza 4 Remastered. You know what? I want to finish. Okay. We're going to save here. Save complete. And then... Can we go back to... Okay, January 9th, SS Buria, Miss Pavlova's cabin. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna go Back to title. Save your current progress and return to title screen. Yes. Here. Okay. So. We're gonna check. Oh! And the loading is Miss Pavlova's room. So when we load the game, it's back when we left. Because when I remember when we start the game, usually the font, the background font, the screenshot is that of the Japanese courtroom. When we started chapter, it didn't change. But since we're in the middle of chapter 2, it's still the back is Pavlovina, the Nina Pavlova's room. The way we left it, like all the books have been sorted. Well, the books on the desk and the teapot and the cup, but not the books on the bookcase. And the bolt has been unbolted and the wardrobe is empty. So let's check the special content. Let's keep examining. What can we see? Auditorium. Instrumentals. Yeah, this is where we were. We were looking at Court in Unison. Yeah. Yeah, we were there. We were looking at Susato Mikotoba. This was the unused Susato Mikotoba's track. The truth is, I had a little competition with Mr. Maiba to compose his theme and I lost. But I can accept defeat securing the knowledge that I created the perfect piece to match Susato's image. So this is Kitagawa's yeah, it's good. I don't know which is better between this one and the other one. This track is called A New Bloom in the New World. Nah, both are good in their own way. There was a competition, but this one lost. Okay, Reminiscence, Ryunosuke's flashback. Maiba. What's going to happen now? It's a new case. It's a serious new case. That's really the idea that waxes and wanes throughout this piece. That was a flashback. Yeah, I remember this track. This was the unused, Maiba. It's building up to a serious incident, so it's maybe a little too positive and a bit lacking in tension. In other words, it's not good. Okay. So this one is less positive. Oh, the accordion. The accordion makes it too cheery for a flashback because it's supposed to be a serious incident. Yeah, not enough tension. The truth revealed in the Adventures version. I'm always nervous whenever I compose a truth reveal theme. I tried a few options, and by about the third iteration, I hit on something that felt right, and that's this one. Kitagawa. That's the truth revealing, eh? Oh, I remember that one. Then it's gonna go dun 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 dun. Yes. Loving it. And there was one unused. So this was the third one. So the first unused, the first attempt at the truth reveal team. Reviewing the feedback I received, there was a comment that the repeating strings refrain was a little monotonous. It was, and listening again now, the whole piece lacks impact. Okay. Okay, yeah. It's not rising enough. Yeah, it lacks impact. Not because it's monotonous, but because it's like... it doesn't go up. Okay. So, there was a fatalist... Okay, so this is the second unused. There was a fatalistic feel to the first half of this that works very well, but the piece became a little too lively later, or on so... it was dropped. Quite often I start enjoying myself too much during a composition and it goes awry. Okay. Okay. Feeling it. I like the organ a lot. So now we're on the repeat. The lively part, we already passed that. It was too lively. Maybe he wanted more impact. It was fatalistic at the first part, but then it was... Yeah, I understand when he says he was enjoying himself. I can feel that he was enjoying himself when he wrote that. Like, that part is supposed to be too lively. But for a true reveal, I can understand. Supposed to compare to the part that was accepted. This. Yeah, it felt right. That was his third try. Alright. So, a most mysterious mood. This piece used an intriguing blend of strings and woodwind to create a piece that blends seamlessly with a wonderful narration being used to set the scene of mysterious event. Signed, Maiba. So, we haven't found a scene where we use this soundtrack, but I dig it. Oh, the unused one was more creepy than mysterious. Okay, I gotta hear that. Oh, it is creepy. Oh, it's good. It's not appropriate for what they intended, but it's so good. Now I understand why they decided to keep those tracks. Because it's still good stuff, it's just unused. I feel like I want to use it for my own, but I don't know if I should. Iris Wilson, we don't know who that is. Probably the daughter of the doctor who got murdered. Kazuma, yeah, I started the... This is with the song I started the stream with because I think this is my favorite song from the greatest so far. It's Kazuma's theme, the Samurai of Destiny. Something elegant but emotional, but also elegant was a request. Elegant but emotional but elegant. This piece tries to capture Kazuma's inner strength and movingly gallant character. If you listen carefully, you may even feel the keen edge of Karuma, perhaps. Karuma? Like karma? He can't be the descendant of Karma. I can feel the edge, but okay, this is the unused. So Mr. Takumi and Mr. Nuri pointed out that this version sounded like something you might hear at the public bath at a ryokan hotel. Come to think of it, it does sound kind of generic, like the moon music at the public bath chain. So it had to go. Yeah. I kind of agree. Yeah, it sounds like a public bath hotel. Like a Homesen. Yeah. Play this song to relax. It's very Japanese, very traditional, yeah. Koryako, this is heaven. Oh yes, so good, so good. Investigation. Oh, that we were just in the middle of it. Yeah, when we were investigating the room. Yeah, this kind of steady melody is very hard to get right. The song does develop, but the tension it creates is the same throughout. So no matter where it happens to be cut off, it has the same impact. Okay. I want to see the rejected. So this one was rejected the moment it was heard. I knew it had a different feel to the rest of the soundtrack, so I took it to Mr. Takumi with some trepidation, thinking, well, it's a bit hard-boiled, but... ... Oh yeah. This feels like it belongs to another game. Like another hard-boiled murder mystery game. It's good, but it's not. No. I understand where they're coming from. I really do. Okay, Arrival? No. Those, okay. Adjudication, what's that? No. Ryunosuke. Overture to Adventures. Oh, the title screen. This plays on the title screen you're presented with just after the game starts, but also when Ryunosuke comes into his element. It's a sort of bridge piece until the Ryunosuke Naruto objection themes. Yes! The objection that we have at the beginning. So let's see. So it bridged to... Yes! It bridged well. Yeah, I agree. Overture to Adventures, unused. Okay, I want to see that. So this ended up being too similar to the Ryunosuke objection theme, so it wasn't used. Oh yeah, it has an energy somewhere between Ryunosuke personal theme and the version of Overture to Adventure that was eventually used. Oh yeah, they look too much alike. Alright, so we have Miscellany, which is, these are the beep 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 sound that plays at letters appears on screen. It's something of a trademark to the Ace Attorney series. Oh, you can put it alongside any image and you immediately have an Ace Attorney field. Sando. Yeah, they were unused. I had so many different attempts at it, with it being new sub-series. I originally went for something completely new, but having gone full circle twice, I ended up with something close to the series standard, signed Sando. Ugh. So now we're at sound effects. experimenting. No. The last one felt off, but like... Yeah, it feels like the original. You don't miss the original. Ticker. Oh, the typewriter sound. The era in which the game is set inspired me to arrive at this version. Yeah. January the 9th. Inside of the... Da 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 da. They have unused sticker as well. I have the idea of the typewriter from the start, so that already gave me more of a focus than I have with the message display sound effect. But I still experimented with a few variations. Oh, I like this one. No. This feels like a typewriter. The last one felt like from the previous Ace Attorney game. Not this one, the last one. This one. This is straight from the other Ace Attorney games. The Diminish. This is a jingle dub diminished by the development team that's supposedly to conjure a feeling of unease and anxiety. I remastered in stereo this time. Oh! Oh! They're called Diminish. They're remastered, but they're exactly the same from the other games. I thought it was a reuse. They had another attempt, a version has similar sound to the Diminish sound effect of the previous game, but this set of 3 incremental pitch rises are very frequently throughout the title, so we decided it should be reworked. Okay. Yeah, it was... Okay, so this is the sound from the first game. And this is the remastered. Okay, let me try. Yeah, it has a more robust sound. Jingle intermission. I was aiming for something that invoked the idea of a show breaker. Oh yeah, do you want to save? I borrowed elements from Ryunosuke's theme, although I was scratching my head trying to decide which parts to borrow. Yeah, which part of the Ryunosuke's theme you want to bring from the intermission jingle. Yeah. And the unused, this version ended up being a little overly rich and sounding, captured the idea of a rest. It's an arrangement of the melody from the first half. Yeah, that's not a great intermission. System. Oh. These are the sound effects that accompany system events. I was happy with the idea of supplementing the same effects used in the previous title with more real-world mechanical sound layered over the top of them. Great. Unused. I tried various different options. It was hard to produce something that felt suitably removed from the series we used before. No. Oh, the last 3 from the original Phoenix Wright. But the typewriting was a good idea, but it was rejected. Dance of Deduction, the Shattering Glass. Oh! Yeah, the Dance of Deduction, the thing we just did. Yeah, the Shattering Glass. There are a lot of understated sound effects in the game, so this one probably stands out more than any other. Yeah, when we switch one keyword for another. Break! The unused. Day by day, I slowly honed in on the right sound to accompany the visual effect of a shattering glass, but being a new key element in the game, it wasn't an easy road. Cogwheels. Telegraph. Oh, episode 5. No, let's not check that. Special 1. Wait, one of Susato's lines that you won't hear voiced in the game. Oh.
Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. It's quite true. I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his art firsthand. It really is a dream come true.
We just had that line, that scene early on. I just voiced it, but not with that voice, but... Okay, one of Sean's line you won't hear.
You know times, Mr. Naruhodo. I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny.
What? Okay, Kazuma, since he's dead, it's a scene we already hear.
You've become conceited with age, Council.
Oh,
but the
yeah.
old have to stand aside and make way for
This
the
is when
new.
you draw his sword.
It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan.
Van Zix, no, Ryunosuke.
What is this? Welling up inside me.
Oh yeah, this is when he found his
I've
resolve.
never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the lies and deception. Oh, it's so intense. Almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Yeah, nice. Another Susato line.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried that the right...
Oh no, I'm gonna
person-
stop. It's probably a spoiler. I have a feeling we're gonna stop with the voices right now. I have a feeling that this is probably stuff we haven't seen yet from the vaults. The Great Ace Attorney 2. Yeah, this is from a game we haven't seen yet. So we're done with instrumentals. So what can we see? Gallery. There's some video. Yeah, we're gonna show you one. I'm gonna show you a little bit of a special trial 2017. It's like a quick crossover between Phoenix Wright and Naruhodo. I'm gonna do the voices because it's only in Japanese. They have subtitles, but it's not voice and it's not dub. So I'm gonna dub on top. So we're gonna play it. September 2017, Makuhari Mess.
Court, I hereby call this court to order for this retrospective of 15 years of Ace Attorney.
This is Josh Gavel.
Are the defense and prosecution ready to proceed?
Phoenix Wright. I'd be more ready if I have a clue where I was.
This is the Supreme Court of Judicature in the Empire of Japan in the Meiji era.
What? That's like a long time ago, right? Maya.
Oh, maybe we'll get to meet some of our ancestors.
Maya, seriously? Could you be any less surprised?
It would seem that some sort of time warp has taken place, but no matter. So, how about the prosecution? Are you ready to proceed?
The prosecution is Naruhodo. Well, the thing is, I'm actually a defense lawyer.
Be that as it may, circumstances dictate that for today you shall stand for the prosecution.
Circumstances dictated. This is Susato. Oh,
I think perhaps he means the power that be dictated.
I hope you don't think I'm being rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but who exactly are you? You seem strangely familiar. And the graphic are from the 2D. Interesting, I was just thinking the same thing. Deer's in 3D, but Phoenix and Maya are in 2D. It's hard to explain. It's almost as if I know you as well as I know myself.
Well, I think the fastest way to resolve this is that you both introduce yourselves.
Of course, I'm defense attorney, Phoenix Wright, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You have the same last name.
Oh, I thought you might share surname or something.
But you could be brothers, couldn't you? I mean, you both have the same spikiness.
Oh, I think I might remember if I have a long-lost brother, Miss Susato. I remember. Yeah, being told there was an attorney named Ryunosuke Naruhodo somewhere in my family tree.
So, did you share surname once? And Gramps over there is...
One of my ancestors. What?
I think she just called your grandfather, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, I suddenly feel very old.
Ah! Then, that must mean... You were standing beside him. You must be one of my ancestors, are you? Are you? Pardon? You're dignified, ladylike, and, well, basically my ideal ancestor. I'm your great-great-grand-something Mayafe.
Oh, well, I'm judicial assistant Susato Mikotoba, I'm afraid.
Huh?
In other words, a total stranger.
Oh, I just can't catch a break. I mean, wow, that is bitter disappointment.
Oh, I hope you can forgive me.
Oh, I know! I can fix this! You can become our honorary ancestor of the Fei family!
Susato Fei? Well, it is. There's a certain ring to it, I'm sure, but...
Oh, I think we might have just heard the most illogical request in history.
Oh, it sure has this awesome ring to it. Ayasato Susato Fei.
This trial will discuss the 15th anniversary of Ace Attorney that's being celebrated this year.
In 2016. 15th anniversary? Yeah, you better believe it. The very first Ace Attorney was released back in 2001. And to celebrate that fact, we've been doing a whole bunch of stuff this year.
That's right! Like in January, we put on a huge event! The 15th anniversary special trial! That was so much fun!
It was. It really drove home the impressiveness of our 15-year-long history.
Hold it! If I be permitted to make a small observation...
Oh, sure, what is it?
If driving home the impressiveness of a long history wasn't the intention, then you should have been celebrating the more than 100 years since Mr. Naruhodo's birth!
More than 100 years?
All this imprisonment just makes me feel impressively old. Wonderful, wonderful. The court bows down before you, ancient wisdom.
I think they're starting to worship you.
Let's try not to mention the Meiji era again.
Don't forget that last year we took the stage and finally appeared in TV anime series too!
Yeah, in 2016, that's what I said.
A new story every week. I mean, that was really ace, right?
Hold it! TV? Anime? They have no idea what this is. What on earth are you talking about? Stop half explaining things! 100 years is a terrifying chasm to bridge. It really is.
There was another interesting development this year, wasn't there? An orchestral concert, the first in 9 years, if I'm not mistaken.
You're not mistaken. With 9 years of pent-up emotion inside, I cried so hard.
It was an orchestra.
Hold it!
Never heard of those. A Western instrumental group performance. Even we ancestors know about those. Yeah, Mozart. Baha.
Oh, delightful!
Well, I've never heard of that last one, but sure, you get the idea.
I think it's guac. Think they can be a bent up of shape when you mold Western name into Japanese.
Right? Didn't they use to call Shakespeare Saho or something?
You could have that cool O on the end to their name, Nico.
Like O for old man? No, thanks.
And a matter of days ago, on August 3rd, the great anticipation across the Empire of Japan, the Greatest Attorney 2 went on sale.
Yeah, Greatest 2. ... No objection? Oh, thank you very much, Your Excellency. Yeah, well, we enjoyed that one. What a story.
It was so moving, I was blown away.
I haven't seen it yet. Good thing I checked it before. I bet you were, after all. There were a lot of loose ends that needed tying up. They were? Well, I'd like to see about that. Are you okay? Are you okay? You just touched a nerve, that's all.
Your ancestor went through rather a lot, you say?
It all started with our great forefathers, after all. We are truly blessed to be in your presence.
Objection! Forgive me, Your Honor, but, the last statement of yours is riddled with contradiction.
What? Explain yourself, Mr. Ray.
It's been bothering me since the start of this trial, actually. The way Mr. Naruto moves is very smooth, a little too smooth, I think. Because he's in 3D. Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't notice. Exactly, just like that.
You're right, Nick. Like when you thump the bench, it's really jerky, like there's only 2 frames.
You're in 2D. Out of interest, how does your objection look like? Like that? Yeah! Now he's trying to reproduce it, he spins like a weather vane. But that's not exactly humanly possible, surely. The point is, the jerkiness of this side of the courtroom proves that we're your predecessors. In other words, we are the ancestors here. What can I say to that?
Perhaps you're both predecessors and ancestors of each other? If this is some sort of warping of time, that should be entirely possible, I think.
Well, I think we've covered everything now. It's time for this court to adjourn.
In that case... How are we supposed to get back home? You know, the 21st century? Don't look at us.
Well, you could go and explore Meiji Tokyo and pass the time that way.
For 100 years? Huh? The great imperial capital is full of wonders. I'm sure 100 years will pass just like that. I think it's a perfect opportunity to use that timeless phrase of mine, don't you?
Oh, a joint predecessor/ancestor performance! What a treat!
All together now, then, for the continuous effects of Ace Attorney. On 3.
1, 2... Objection! Maya, put the brakes on, I can't stop spinning!
You know what they say, what goes around comes around.
Goodbye for now, everybody. See you again soon.
Maya, stop that crazy thing! She bows. Alright, that was great. That was great. Okay, there was a great special trial. I watched it, and there's no spoilers, so might as well use it. But they're in the Old Bailey, so we're in the seats of the new trial that we haven't met yet. So it's not really a big spoiler since it's been introduced as promotional material. So we're gonna go with that. See how it goes. The visual in this video may differ from that in the actual game. Yeah, so you see there's no there. Capcom. Great Britain, end of the 19th century, the Old Bailey courtroom. Yes! Your testimony completely contradicts the facts. In fact, I would go so far as it completely and utterly contradicts the facts.
What are you doing, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, Mr. Sato, well, as I'm sure you saw, I was getting to the swing of things.
Into the swing?
We're going to meet someone amazing in next year's The Greatest Attorney game, you know. But I think the person in question is going to make a brief appearance debut here tonight. And as a proud young Japanese man, I want to show my fellow star what I can do.
Oh, what a wonderful attitude!
Still, it's a bit unsettling, isn't it? Or a night in this big courtroom, I mean. Oh wait, yeah, I think we're gonna stop because I just realized they're talking about events we haven't met yet, so we're gonna stop right there. Just realized, oh, I forgot about this little detail, so we're gonna stop just so we won't spoil ourselves. Moving pictures, I think we're done. Portraits! Yeah, we're gonna look at some artwork. So, hello, I'm Kazuya Nuri, art director and character designer for the game. Let me show you some of the character design and scene setting artwork produced during the development of the Great Ace Attorney adventure games. Here's the hero of the whole show, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The main concern here was to strike a good balance between the period look of somehow out of Meiji Japan and the believable ancestor of the protagonist of the main Ace Attorney game, Phoenix Wright. I started off with a stoic university student uniform befitting the period, but I didn't want it to be too generic, so I altered the cut of the back and the sleeves and added some details to suit the Japan and the world of the Great Ace Attorney. I can see the bottom from the back, there's some details. You can see the buttons on the back accentuate and draw the jacket and to create smart, svelte lines. Nice. The picture was drawn as a reference for Ryunosuke's principal in-court camera angle. It was this sword drawn because, well, I just wanted to see what it would look like. So he carried on in court Kazuma's sword, which is basically his soul. So he honors him by bringing it in court. Okay, that's nice, and it's not really a real spoiler, but you know, you gotta expect that he would become a lawyer when he reached Britain, because there wouldn't be any game. So you know, it's not really a spoiler at this point. So, oops, yeah, okay. So this is Ryunosuke's traveling to Britain outfit. So we see a cap with a star, and he has a jacket. So when he's wearing that, he really looks like Phoenix Wright. I included the school cap and cape as they lend an obvious period there, being so different to modern clothing. Yeah, it's true. These sketches are from the very first proposal. Okay, now they were testing the haircut, and some of them looks awfully like Phoenix Wright. Some of them give them a very adult look. So they were hoping to bring a current age Phoenix Wright in his 20s and bringing back into Japan, and then decided to go with making a high school student. These sketches are from the very first proposal. No scenarios have been written at the time, so I had Ryunosuke younger than he ended up, and his hairstyle was based more heavily on his descendants than on something faithful to the period. Yeah, as we can see. Male hairstyle during the period, the Meiji Japan, were nowhere near as diverse as they are today. They were either cropped short, side-parted, or swept back. So now they were trying weird haircuts. One of them wearing glasses, another one is wearing a cap. It looks like, wait, what's his name? Miura from 13 Sentinels. I forgot his name because I always calling him Hamilton. That's why. So, oh wait. I wrestled with various options to create something that was realistic and faithful to the period and to Ryunosuke's personality while still being subjective to his descendants' manga-style air. I remember drawing these sketches as a way to distract myself when I was stuck on the hairstyle. Turns out they came in useful for explaining how the game works in the game proposal documents. Whilst the overall character design is reasonably uncomplicated, I was conscious that I wanted to convey the unique qualities of this game's world by paying extra attention to the fine details. Now we see all the buttons. We see the student buttons, the school badge, and the grade. Next we see the sword and the lawyer's wristband. It's like a wristband, like an arms band. The lawyer arms band with the ancestor of the lawyer badge that is we see in Japan. Every accessory is an adornment as a personal significance to the character, which is an idea I hope players will use their imagination to explore. Now we are in the female lead, Susato Mikotoba. The theme of the design was that of a female student who embodied the principle of Yamato Nadeshiko, or personification of the quintessential Japanese woman. Now we see the crest of the family, which is like the chrysanthemum, but made with cherry blossom petals, but inverted. Usually they would make a star like the point is coming out. Now they're coming in. Decided to use the easily identifiable and typical Japanese cherry blossom as the Mikotoba family crest, influencing the pattern of a kimono and hem of the hakama trousers. Yeah. The heart of Susato's character is her impeccable upbringing, which I've tried to bring out in various elements of a design, from her posture, facial expression, and the quality of her kimono. Okay. So I designed Susato's wrap to complement Ryunosuke's traveling clothes. Knowing it will only appear in an anime cutscene, I decided to keep the design overwhelmingly simple with the exception of the clasp. Okay, so now we see that's her shawl, that's her traveling clothes. So we're only gonna see her wearing this during the anime cutscene. So it's not really a big spoil, but okay. I wanted Susato's hair to be styled appropriately for the period, whilst at the same time being a little out of the ordinary. I ended up with something that looks relatively simple in silhouette, but it's actually quite complicated. Interesting. This front portrait was drawn while the kimono pattern was being finalized. I tried a great many different designs before arriving at the final one in order to find a pattern that didn't draw excessive attention. This is an early proposal sketch when it wasn't yet clear how folks see to make Susato in parallel with Mr. Takumi's scenario's development. I got a better feel for her character and softened her into a refined young lady. Yeah, so they try some period clothing, make it a little more like a young girl. Then they tried for a more kimono or judicial assistant, and then they went full-blown graceful kimono wearing thing. But the little girl look suits her well. She was kind of cute. The hair, they tried to experience with the hair as well. This image was drawn to help with the anime creation. Now they put them next together. We can see the scales and the proportion compared, like how small is Susato next to Ryunosuke. Anime cutscenes form bridges between various scenarios in the game, so it's vitally important to avoid any discrepancy between the renderings of the character. It's always my intention not to interfere with the anime artists and their work, but sometimes minor corrections are required. It's a constant dilemma for me. So this is a picture of her being shot from up close, so probably... Okay, so... The art director just designed the character, then the anime animators do their own thing. But at some point he had to intervene to say, okay, this is her face when she's shot. So he had to show her this face, it's well rendered, and show the animators to see this is what she looks like when she's a surprise, like, oh, that gasp look. Also factoring into Susato's design was how she would appear alongside Ryunosuke. That's what I said. In the end, I think that the contrast in conduct and bearing between the two helps to establish her as a memorable female lead. Nice, interesting. I want to check things I have. Okay, so that was a part of the... Next is Herlock Sholmes, and then it's Iris. Okay, so I'm going to stop... Okay, so we're going to stop at Herlock Sholmes, and then we're going to skip straight to Kazuma, since we're not going to see any more of him. So anything that involves him is not going to be spoiler at all. Now we have other characters. We have miscellaneous things, special exhibit. And then it's going to be like stuff from the vaults, like spoiler stuff. So we're not going to venture into so deep into that. So we're going to go with Herlock Sholmes. So here we have the great detective himself, Herlock Sholmes. But how was I going to come up with a design to satisfy the requested unique take on the classic detective? So that was the mission that was given to him. Okay. To begin with, I brought some steampunk elements to the Victorian era character. Yeah, it was very obvious since we never see Sherlock using steampunk goggles and use lots of gadgets to mimic forensics science. That was something that he would do had he had the brains. If he had a Da Vinci brain, he would have gone for that. He never had an inventor look. There were some, maybe the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes would go in that direction, but this is like interesting. I tried to create a stylish arrangement of various period elements and some iconic characteristic of the original that I wanted to preserve. So here we have a cogwheel inside some sort of rose. I always wondered why it was that. Maybe they're going to explain later in the game. Probably, yes, it's the iris crest. It was careful to preserve the essential feature of the great detective, such as the deer stalker and the pipe, arranging them into a character that would be instantly recognizable to all. Yeah, it is. Now we see designs from the machine that pumps, like the bag. It opens like the mallet. It looks like a handbag, like a satchel. It clips to open, and then there's a machine with some chemicals, and there's a pump. There's a hose that comes out of the machine that connects into the not the holster, the pommel of the gun. And you inject some chemicals in where the bullets are, and then you pump it. It goes into the gun, and then it sprays. It sprays, and there's a little compartment for lock picking, and then there's a little printer that prints data. Like there's a slot in the front that spits out a piece of paper, like results of the analysis. And there's another, there's a little toolkit in another hidden compartment of the bag. It looks quite interesting. I was careful to preserve the essential feature, instantly recognizable. Holmes' equipment is an exception to the rule in that it consists of technology belonging to a much more modern era than the game setting, and takes its fantasy element from the world of the greatest attorney. Okay, so now we see the holsters, the 6 different gas bullet. There's muzzles, 3 different muzzles, and the pipe can be unscrewed and put back on the top of the gun to make some sort of silencer or something. Maybe it's for to spread the gas, because without it, it shoots like a laser, like straight like a laser. Maybe the muzzle says to spread the liquid into a gas, like to aerosol. The gun Sholmes makes use of in his investigation is a percussion revolver that could actually be employed as a regular firearm. The idea is to juxtapose that with Ryunosuke's Japanese katana-swords here by highlighting a significant difference between the Japanese and European cultures of the day. You wouldn't need a gun. I mean, you could use a saber if you want to go with a weapon. You don't need a gun. When Sholmes' goggles are turned on, the shapes in the center of each eyepiece lights up and rotates. Yeah, we saw that in the anime cutscene. It turns into clovers, like clubs, or maybe it's like the flower that's on his pattern as well. It's supposed to conjure the idea of his lens attachment on the camera to complement the detective's investigation. Okay, so when they're off, it's white, and then when they're on, they turn into flower. And then you could put a scope to make it infrared in this design. Sadly, that couldn't be realized for Sholmes' in-game's animation at the time. Yeah, it was only for the cutscene. Yeah, we never see Erluck using that. It's only for the cutscene at the beginning of the game when they spray they spray the chemical, the luminol, to detect the fingerprints. And then the scope that shows infrared, let's see, there was a person inside. So this is Sholmes' indoor attire, since I assume he wouldn't be comfortable relaxing at home whilst wearing all this detective's paraphernalia. So yeah, this is Sherlock Holmes without his coat. So now he has the goggles hanging from his neck with the gun at his holster. And that's it. We have, it's interesting, like his hair It looks like a puff of smoke. His hair is styled as wisp of smoke to complement the indispensable pipe. Okay. So yeah, usually, yeah, the artist would make hairstyle that represent their name. Like Phoenix Wright have a bird-like hairstyle, and in this case, Sherlock Holmes will have a smoke. He would have like puff the smoke, wisps, like they say. Although the usual portrayal of Sholmes is of a man with black hair, I wanted to give him a different color to provide some variety next to the hair of Ryunosuke and the other Japanese character. True. The Sherlock Holmes, it's true that they showed him with dark brown hair, but when you do an anime and you put it in Japan with a lot of dark hair all around, you want some diversity, so you can go with blonde, like dirty blonde hair. Like ash blonde, or maybe auburn, pale auburn, not auburn, hazel hair. But this is not hazel. This is a sketch I did for the initial proposal document. The image of Sholmes in the midst of analyzing his evidence played as a crucial part in portraying the souped-up role forensics investigation was to play in this game. So now, yeah, you see is some sort of appraising with some sort of built-in lamp. So his backpack can power up a portable lamp. You can use it to better analyze some piece of evidence. Looks like a statue or something. Now we see Ryunosuke from behind, looking at him. It's like, what's he doing, man? Okay. So the actual character design was still not fixed at this stage, even though the general direction has been decided already. Okay. So this is a very early proposal sketch. It was supposed to portray a somewhat dark London with heavy steampunk influences. So yeah, at some point in development, Sherlock Holmes could have wear a top hat with goggles, steampunk goggles. He would still have the bag, and he's walking around. It looks like an assistant, like a young girl. So that would probably be Iris. So she's not gonna look like that at all because it's a sketch. But we're gonna see her probably in the next time we're gonna play the game, which is probably next Monday, or not. Yeah, probably next Monday, but we'll see because we have a festival coming up on August 5th, and I have some movie to watch. I have a lot of movie to watch. So we'll see how it goes. It's probably going to be, if it's not next week, it's going to be the week after that. That's definitely sure. You can count on it. You can count on it. You can put your money on the bank that there's not going to be a stream. If it's not next week, it's going to be delayed. So we're going to go jump straight with Kazuma. I want to see some art from Kazuma Asogi. The basic theme for Kazuma's design was classic young Japanese man. This is his crest. Looks like 3 circles separated with some sort of stylish Y. His constantly billowing Hashimaki headband is there to differentiate him from Ryunosuke, give him a more confident and combative energy. There's no doubt that wherever Kazuma is, the winds of change are blowing. Okay, so the reason why his Hashimaki is always fluttering into the wind, it's like there's an invisible wind, is because Kazuma is representing the winds of change. So he makes the wind blow, the Hashimaki flutter. While Kazuma clearly has the spirit of a samurai, he is also keenly aware as a visiting student, hopeful of the shift in cultural attitudes arising from the Meiji Restoration. The addition of the leather gaiters and the sword belts as influences from the Western world highlight the character's social awareness. Yeah, I just realized, yeah, he has a sword belt made of leather. Usually, Japanese don't wear that for holding their samurai, their sheaths, their katana sheaths. And he's wearing leather gaiters on his boots. That is very much a Western influence. But yeah, I never noticed it because we're always seeing from waist up. So I have no idea that he was wearing gaiters as part of his character design. Nice touch, nice detail. I desperately wanted to draw Kazuma in the act of drawing his blade, so I included that in the key visual. Yeah, this is where he said that famous monologue, like, in 1,000 years from now, the Yaochi clan would never defeat the Naruhodo clan. And which is funny because this is basically what happened even 100 years from now. He said 1,000 years, but that was true even in 100 years from now. It was... Little did he know how much his prediction were appeared to be correct. With the exception of some dramatic finger pointing in court, there is little opportunity in the Ace Attorney series to draw a picture full of grand sweeping gesture like this, so I'm always looking for an excuse. I'm not particularly pleased that I could really go to town with a picture of Kazuma at this large scale. Yeah, we see that he went to town with this one. Nice. There are some sketches I did during a transition phase when we were considering who should have glasses. So yeah, this is why there were some sketches of Naruhodo with glasses, because they were not sure should he wear glasses, and then they were like, no, it's Kazuma who's gonna wear glasses. And eventually we settled on that being Satoru Osanaga. Aochi doesn't count. Of course Aochi doesn't count. He's always gonna wear his glasses. Whose design I was also working on at the time. Yeah, because it's nice. It reminds me of, my god, the more I look at those sketches, it feels like they got my face. I don't have that haircut, but that's definitely my face. My glasses are not that rectangular, but they're like ovalish, like rounded up corners. So Kazuma ended up with just his Hashimaki headband instead, but for a while, competition for who would become the bespectacle one was fierce. So, yeah. Oh, now we see a lot of drawings with him with the glasses on. It would look nice. With the combination of the headband and the glasses, Kazuma took on a far too studious look. So although I was pleased to have explored the possibility, this was the drawing that convinced me that it wasn't the right approach. Okay. Because when he was wearing his traveling traveling clothes with the headband, with the glasses, it feels like that guy, where is he going with this? I understand that. Like, glasses doesn't suit well with Ashimaki at the same time. It's either one or the other. It would look good without the Ashimaki, but since he wanted to keep the Ashimaki that bad, yeah, let go of the glasses. Because plus the traveling cap, like, it looks like a clown. But he looks like me. I mean, he kind of looks like me. Hello, Bustatrix. Welcome back. I took a little break from voicing because I was getting sore. You're on the tail end of the game, and now we're like chilling, looking at the artwork, like sketches from the characters. And yeah, you kind of miss. You want to know? Yeah. So this is remember the victim. The character design, yeah, those were sketches. The final result was this guy. At some point, they wanted to put some glasses, but they gave us too much studio swoop. Right up your alley. Yeah. So this is the victim of the case. When you stepped in, this is the guy who was murdered. We found out that the cause of death was broken vertebra. So he broke his neck. Or probably his neck was strapped. No visible injury or bruises whatsoever. No traces of poison either. So yeah, the cause of death was a net break. Why is it always the... We haven't figured out who did it yet. There's still a third part. And I've been streaming for like 5 hours. And we figured out that the person who was next to his room was made by a ballerina who was recently and they made a deal with the crew, and they haven't said a word about it. Like, she was a hidden passenger. She was allowed to get in, but she had to remain hidden. And we made a dance of deduction with Herlock Sholmes, who was nice to point out specific details, but assumed wrong, and we have to correct him with evidence, and says, no, it's actually this instead. And then basically she got in and she stole a tiara that belonged to the ballet she belonged to, because she was the prima ballerina, and she went on a boat with a tiara that was worth 20,000 rubles in that period. Rubles being the Russian currency. And yeah, she wanted to go to America. She wanted to defect from Russia, and she needed money because she had no money in being. It doesn't pay. It doesn't pay well to work as a ballerina in communist Russia. You think it was him? Probably. She was sus, but so yeah. So we were exploring him. Like, at some point he could have been wearing glasses, but eventually it was being on the butler, the inspector. It was a studious look because they insisted on wearing the bandana representing the winds of change, but with him plus the glasses plus the cap, it kind of looks like, you know, kind of out of place. Like, he knew that it wasn't the right approach. So the sketch was done when Kazuma's design was almost finalized. I was hoping to draw both Ryunosuke and Kazuma side by side, wearing matching hats and cloaks, and that's a picture I would like to draw one day. So yeah. So now we're like, okay, there's another one. Since Kazuma plays such an important role in the story, I put a lot of energy into giving him a striking appearance that immediately reveals his dependability and kind-heartedness, as well as his relentless determination. I really hope he makes a memorable impression on everyone who plays the game. Yeah, it sure worked on me. It sure worked on me. And the rest is all spoilers, so we're not gonna go far with that. I really do love learning about this character. Yeah. Okay, let me try an art. Yes. Let's try. Maybe if I go around without spoiling myself. Okay, this character, we met him. Yujin Mikotoba. This is Susato's father. He's I think he teaches medicine, or he's a coroner, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's made by Kazuya Nuri, the art director and the character designer for the game. And we're gonna move on to the contingent form of the Empire of Japan. Okay, so here we have Yujin Mikotoba, Susato's father, university professor, so I have to make sure his expression could be seen both kindly and stern. I've established the cherry blossom as the emblem of the Mikotoba family, and Yujin's pink Haori overcoat clasps his model on a cherry tree in full bloom. Yeah. His clasp is it looks like a cherry. It's like a cherry tree blooming. Yeah. The hem of Susato's hakama trousers also carries the family crest. Yeah. The hem has the crest, and they gave him more Western looks. To see, does it work with a mustache? Do we make him younger? Looks like the colored one on the right looks like it's either a younger brother, or like this is like 20 years ago, like when that day we went to a trip in Great Britain, and then he met Susato's mom. Like, he must have been this old when they made the dirty. And this was the prosecutor for the first trial, who was carried over for, like, every Phoenix Wright game that I know of starts, the tutorial trial starts with this guy as a prosecutor. He's called the Rookie Breaker. because he knows how to put pressure on young rookies, but he's not a good lawyer. He's not a good prosecutor, I meant. And he always having that face with those glasses. And his last name is Ouchie. And in English, it was dubbed as Winston Payne. Get it? Ouchie. Pain. I verbally suggested the idea of a Chan Magic top knot to Mr. Takumi, and he immediately agreed. Yeah. I made some sketches of Ouchie with round glasses on, since they were the norm in Meiji Japan, but it was too much of a departure from his descended usual look, so I reverted back to the normal shape of glasses we're all familiar with. Yeah, round glasses wouldn't work with him. We kind of lost. It's like since we never seen his eyes, the shape of his glasses are his eyes. So when we go with different designs that are more historically accurate, it feels like a totally different character. So yeah. And then we have the judge. So this is the judge I give him, Nobunaga Oda's voice, because it feels like celestial. Like he has something that's out of his world. Like a demon, a demigod or something. So the judge of the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan, I decided to take a different direction with this judge compared to previous judge in the series. Yeah, the previous judge in the series looks like a bald Santa with a very stern and severe beard. Then I give him like something close of a Santa voice.
Court is now in session for the murder of you've been a naughty boy.
And that character is always jumping to conclusion, always saying
guilty.
And at the end, we always want,
we find the defendant not guilty. Court is adjourned.
Boom. And then everybody go home, party, fireworks, and confettis in the court. Yes, as per tradition in Japan. One would assume. The judge of the Supreme Court decided to take a different direction to accentuate the military atmosphere of the Japanese courtroom at the time. Since he passes judgment on wrongdoers, I thought I'd take inspiration from the portrayal of the Buddhist god Enma. Yes, he does look like Enma, King Enma, the one who judged on the souls of the departed.
Bringing the dancing lobster.
Why the dancing lobsters? Very obscure American TV reference. I need to look it up. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I like it. You had to. Of course. Be yourself and be as obscure as you can and try to make people guess what you're referring to. And hopefully you'll find someone who does. And then you're gonna be bound forever. Like this personal, intimate connection. You have that one thing. That thing is gonna... I added the beard and some flames into your design. The flames? Oh, you mean on the collar? Yeah, okay. I made this gavel golden and styled on the traditional Uchide no Kozuchi magic hammer of Japanese legend. Like, oh, they have a Thor in Shinto folklore? Do you know what they're talking about? Do you know a Shinto god with an Uchide no Kozuchi magic hammer tricks? I know you played Okumi recently, but I don't know if one of those characters appeared in the game. I'm not sure. Anyway, we have... Oh, this is one of the witnesses. This is the antiques dealer. He was one of the... like, they say that the hammer played here is styled on the traditional Uchide no Kozuchi magic hammer of Japanese legend. So I was wondering, were there a Shinto god that appeared in Okumi who had something that looks kind of like that? The lucky hammer? Really? There was a lucky hammer. I thought it was like a magic hammer that brings luck. So it was not. It doesn't bring lightning or anything. It was. How did the hammer work? Bring some lore to me, baby. So that while I talked about this antique dealer, I love voicing him, and he's very lean, very thin, kind of like a cucumber. I think Kyuri means cucumber is Japanese. Kyuryo Korekuta, since this man is a merchant, I initially decided to base his design on Ebisu, one of the 7 gods of fortune and the traditional Japanese god of prosperity and business. Kind of look like him, yeah. It's an item that is used to shrink you to enter the world at tiny race of humans. Oh. Okay. Nice. But when I showed my rough sketches to Mr. Takumi, for some reason the idea of Korekuta being long and thin came up, like a cucumber. So I switched to another one of the gods, Fukuro Kuju, as a more fitting source of inspiration. Yeah, I was trying. What is he talking about? Being a merchant? It doesn't look like the one at all. The merchant one, because I remember the design of the 7 gods of fortune, and it's like I remember this guy being there, but it wasn't the merchant. So it was like okay. I wanted to have him constantly eating sticky mochi rice cakes, which would get caught in his throat, but it seems a little too dangerous to portray, so with great self-restraint I stopped myself. Yeah, he was playing with a knife. He was praising a knife, and then he was like, "Oh, you found my Koban coin, my era, my Owen era Koban coin. Oh!" And then that was Iasa Nosa. Did I send you that clip? No, I made a clip. I think I'm gonna send it on the chat right now. I made a clip about him. One of the funny, this sergeant. Tried to find it. Where was it? Oh, thank you. I just realized you sent me the clip on Discord about the dancing lobster. What am I looking at? An accurate representation of the American justice system. What? Or dismissed, bringing to justice. Oh, it's on Nickelodeon. Oh, okay. Judge Trudy. Okay, so I didn't have access to a lot of Nickelodeon shows. Like we had a dub version, like a made in Quebec version of Double Dare. Then we had it displayed on English television. You can't do that on television. Was there other slimy shows? I'm trying to remember. For some reason I remember Doug, but I thought Doug was bought by Disney, correct? It was by Nickelodeon first, and then it was bought up by Disney. Alright, so I'm gonna send you the... Yeah, alright. So, okay, I'm gonna send you the clip. Legends of the Hidden Temple. Oh, I remember. I remember bits of the show, but I don't remember watching the show. But I always said, you know what Fall Guys game is missing? Like for a season when it's all Legends of the Hidden Temple game in Fall Guys. I saw more people would have played that game if there was like that game is missing that. So yeah. So I was going for a stereotypical military man of the time in order to give player a clear sense of the era. He appears to be a regular, smartly turned out soldier, but on his back he harbors a great secret, which is a baby! At first we considered having Iesa fold cranes in the secret as a sideline business, hiding his paper creation behind his back, but after fleshing out the details with Mr. Takumi, the idea of Aidonosa came kicking and screaming into the world. So yeah, he hide the fact that he has to raise a boy pretty much on his own. And the constantly runny nose is an expression of the poor nutrition children of the time has to suffer. And Iesa's mustache was deliberately designed so it would be easy for young Aido to tug like a horse. Like, giddy up, Dad! Giddy up! I want to play horsey, Daddy! Not now, son, I'm in court! I have to testify! Because, yeah, he was usually, he was interested to buy, I think, a coin so he could have some money. I don't know how it worked, but usually this guy was broke and he had to steal in order to make ends meet. Being a military, like being a sergeant, like the low level officers, they don't get paid much as the higher ranking ones. Like sergeant doesn't pay the rent, and this is why, like, that brings this little situation. I'll let you watch this. It's only like 30 seconds, but yeah. Wait, what do you mean you couldn't find that clip? Come on, man. Oh yeah, it worked. Okay, good, it worked. It just it doesn't show on the. It doesn't show on the. Anyway, so, and of course the similarity of the father-son hairstyles is another detail not to be missed. Yeah, it's true, they both have the same hairstyles. And we have the butler, the guy you thought that he was the sus one. Fuck you, Dad! Satoru Osonaga, what a dick. Satoru Osonaga blaming the baby, yeah. Like classic move. Yeah, just like in have you seen Araya and the Last Dragon? There was a baby con artist was stealing shit, and you can be pinned because he has such a cute face. You can't blame me, I'm so pretty. You can blame something so cute and cuddly. It's like perfect defense. So yeah, Satoru Osonaga. From the role he plays in the scenarios, I could sense this character has potential for further involvement. So I gave him a more believable appearance than other witnesses in the game. So now we see like Butler coughing blood, the same pose. Remember when he was playing dressed as a crewman, he had the same pose with his arm. That's what gave him away. Not necessarily the coughing, but yeah, his design is built on the idea of a young man with fragile good looks who wouldn't be out of place in even the most delicate of situations. Yeah, so it's like a secret agent, a secret federal agent with a weak body but a strong heart and an even stronger resolve. Like, this guy will take a bullet for you. I find that hot. The reason for the chick motif on the napkin he carries as a waiter at La Carnaval was a kind of covert foreshadowing of Gisele's involvement, and because the restaurant was originally going to specialize in serving game. Alright. So this is the culprit for the first chapter. Yeah. It's like can you describe the woman you saw next to the victim? Yeah, it was just a woman. Like, he saw that and you described the other woman as just a woman. Yeah, she's hot. She's hot. She's very British, but she's very bitchy. Like, she's condescending. She studied under Dr. Wilson. Giselle Brett, like, that's a weird way to spell Giselle, don't you think? Usually when I hear the name Giselle, it's gonna be like that. But yeah, I never see her face. Like, she's always wearing that mask, and she even has different expressions, like a smile, frowny, worry, winky, and yeah, she has a weird smile, and she has a big swan on her hat. And yeah, the side, the rear, the front, sauce and hot, being the first Western character you encounter. And when she speaks English in the Japanese version as well, so it feels kind of odd, like, oh, she pretends she doesn't speak the language, but there are some words that's just gibberish, and sometimes there are just words that says like yes, no, sorry, anyway, or shut up. When she's angry, she's just like, shut up, you! Stories start to unfold in Japan. It's like to make her somewhat bizarre fantasy-style gentlewoman who would leave a strong visual impression. It was a deliberate attempt to heighten expectation or trepidation about the overseas voyage soon to follow. The mask she wears was styled to pair with the eyes of the swan of her hat. Yeah, I didn't notice it, but yeah, it looks like a swan face. And for some reason, she had hidden chicks when she loses her shit, she drops chicks left and right, and everybody had one. The defense had one, the judge had one, the prosecution had the black one. I almost eliminated the chicks from Giselle's design on numerous occasions, but they made it through in the end. So, is there another... yeah, okay. So, yeah, this is the ballerina that we just found. I'm gonna stop here at the character design because we're gonna enter spoiler territory, but this is Nikolina Pavlova, the prima ballerina. Yeah, she's 15, and she dressed as a Russian with a disguise. She had a wig and stuff like that. And when we found her, when she found that she made the newspaper, she was about to cut her own hair. So she had a big shears. And when Sherlock Holmes saw him, like, oh, he's about to murder the kidnapped ballerina that was trapped inside of a suitcase, but the suitcase was way too small. And he was trying to arguing the fact that, oh no, you can fit someone in here with enough vinegar, and since she's a ballerina, she's a good contortionist as well. But, like, she's not a yoga master. I mean, come on. But yeah, she was about to cut her own hair to disguise herself. But yeah, she's Russian. Yeah, she had to run away. But yeah, she wanted to defect from Russia. She had to defect from Russia, and that's why she stole the tiara that she was part of her ballerina outfit. She just, after the show, she just ran. She did like The Sound of Music. Like, she did her thing in Shanghai, and then she left the stage and kept running, and then jumped on the boat. I don't know how she entered I don't know how she entered the boat, because they say in the current chapter that the boat never stopped to Shanghai. But since she was there since yesterday, but they made no such stop yesterday, we have no idea how she entered the boat. Did they meet a boat? Did they meet a boat in the sea, and then she jumped boat, like in Fast and the Furious when she jumped from one car to another? She did that, but with a boat. Did she boarded the ship like a pirate? The crew was into them, like, okay, they're Russian, because it was a Russian crew, that they were expected her to board it, have an extra, like, to scramble the. We don't know that. We certainly don't know that. So I designed Nikolina to have an immediately obvious Russian appearance. Her image was based on the idea of a Russian fairy, and I implemented her as a beautiful, reticent young woman of fair complexion. Due to the nature of the story, I was constrained in terms of her clothing, but since there aren't many orthodox female form in this game, I did try to bring out the telltale lines of a young lady, even though the layers through the layers of her disguise. Her feline friend is obviously a Russian blue. Oh, that's the pet. Okay, we suspected that there was a cat because we saw a bowl of milk, but we never saw the cat. But now it's there in the character design. So yeah, it's a Russian blue. And the juror Soseki. Wait, no. This is new characters. Okay. So that's it for the art gallery. Then one last thing before I call it quits. This little thing, since I have no idea what this is, but I'm curious about what this thing is. But since Kazuma is dead, it doesn't hurt to see this little short. In the first of 8 escapades, Ryunosuke finds 2 troublemaking witnesses from his earlier trial, having a battle of words in the defendant antechamber, leading to a real tongue lashing. You're about to play the escapade entitled Episode 1. This game includes spoilers of the first game's story. Oh, should I? But if it's the first chapter, it says if it's only first game story. They didn't say first chapter story. We'll see how it goes. I'm curious, but we'll see how it goes. 22nd November, 3:08 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber number 5. Okay, so far so good. Just look at my priceless treasure now! Myself, I have scrubbed and scrubbed! Oh, so this is after the trial. That's when he found the koban in the steak juice. But the repellent odor of meat will never be repelled from this resplendent surface again! But if you have it back in your position at least, you should be grateful, old man! How dare you! Excuse me, but I would like to get, I would like to get at that Zabuton cushion there if I could. Ah! Rest assured, you miserable military malefactor, this is not over! Incarceration awaits those who would defraud the senior citizen of his priceless treasures! Watch your tongue, old man! Mark my words, I won't... Sorry, Sergeant, but could I just get at that Zabuton cushion there as well? Oh. I won't go to jail! Never! Imagine if I did! The very next day, my boy would starve without the chain of command in place to provide for him! Using the child to protect yourself? Myself? I call that absolute cowardice! Oh, really? And who just employed the old poor defenseless senior citizen tactic, Ow! 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 Ido! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Ow! Meh! Meh! Papa, I'm hungry! Feed me! Feed me! The only way to fight an enemy who's using underhand tactics is with a tit-or-tat strategy. Sorry to interrupt again. Yeah, he's using a pinwheel and then the baby just blows on it. It's not almost like... sorry to interrupt again, but I just need to get at that Western-style cushion there on the sofa. Enough of this insubordination! What do you want, man? Oh, please, don't mind me. Aha! Do my eyes deceive me, or is this the wide-eyed criminal from the trial before? Wide-eyed, perhaps, but criminal? No, I just got a not guilty verdict. What is this unhealthy fascination you exhibit with the seating arrangement of others, Why were you peering under the cushion of this upholstered seat? Oh, well, the thing is... Any luck? Did you find it? No, sadly not. I don't think it's here, Kazuma. Tisk, you really are a liability, Ryunosuke. Report! At once! Have you lost something? Is that it?
Yes, we were just on our way to a party to celebrate my friend's victory here when...
I realized that my university pin badge was missing. A university pin badge, you say? Yes, from my collar here, you see?
Affirmative! Uniform must be kept in prime condition at all times. A missing badge is unacceptable!
I thought if I look around it would probably turn up somewhere. Like the old tale of the Koban coin and the steak. A parable of which I am acutely aware. But I've exhausted my search now, really. The only logical conclusion is that someone must have stolen it.
Don't look at me! I just don't find any old metal object irresistible, you know. Imagine that what would happen if little Trooper Ido here swallowed something like that.
I'm afraid we'll have to give up, Ryunosuke. Still, if you tell the office your student number, they should be able to issue you a new one. What's the matter? Don't tell me.
Yes, I don't remember my student number. Oh, it's 0000901. Something like that.
I don't believe it. I mean, this is the second time you lost your badge, isn't it?
Third, actually.
If you didn't think you would remember it, you should have made a note of it somewhere.
I made a note. I carved it on the badge. I love the Jumpo Breeze constantly blowing in his head. Yeah. So yeah, they said that the wind, it's like Kazuma represents the winds of change. So that's why the winds ever flowing is like, this is Kazuma actually making the Ashimaki flutter, because he represents the winds of change.
I told you that until I was blue in the face the last time this happened!
Yes, I do seem to remember someone telling me something along those lines. It was you, was it?
You can't even remember who told you what you need to remember it!
Well, student numbers are 6-digit, Kazuma. Who could remember 6 whole digits? 6! My social security number is 9. I know that by heart. I'm not gonna say it on stream, but you know.
Yume isn't exactly a long-established university, you know. All of our numbers are still rather low. In fact, they only use the last 3 digits.
Well, that might help, I suppose.
That might help?
Yeah, dox to yourself with your SSN. Shit.
Ryunosuke, it's only 3 digits you need to remember. Just 3.
Sorry, my brain is such a disappointment. Yes, well, anyway, young man, myself, I was greatly impressed with you in the courtroom today.
Oh, you mean me?
A lawyer already before you even graduated, and such a loyal friend to this one.
This one? What's that supposed to mean? Oh no, I still have much to learn. In fact, that was brought home to me in no uncertain terms only last year. My Achilles heel was spectacularly exposed by my best friend here.
Indeed? What, by me? This is the first time I've heard about it.
Yes, by Ryunosuke's Naruhodo. You can't have forgotten, surely. It was last summer, at the speech contest.
The speech contest? Oh, that!
Contestant has to take to the stage and deliver a public address on any subject they chose. We were competing to give the most compelling and powerful speech.
And yours was great, made a huge impression on the audience.
Obviously, since I was a budding student of law, I was determined to win. And sure enough, one by one, my opposition fell. When I reached the final at last, I came up against you.
Yes, so you did.
Not being rude, but when I first laid eyes on you, I thought to myself, this cheeky white-eyed no-hoper is out of his depth. He's going to be a pushover.
That's your version of not being rude, is it?
Well, I paid for my complacency, because it brought on that humiliating defeat.
Defeat? How were your ranks compromised?
My speech was going very well. I had the audience in the palm of my hand. They hung on my every word. And then, when I came to the very last line...
Yes? What happened at the very last line?
It was supposed to be a climactic end. Unfortunately, I completely fouled it up.
Never!
You mean you stumble on your words?
Spectacularly. Even now, I can't believe I ruined it.
Well, what honor did you say, man?
Ryunosuke, you better say it. I still can't get my tongue around it.
Sure, of course. I can still record perfectly. What you said at the end of your speech, or rather, what you intended to say at the end of your speech, was this. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the fight for filial piety. Oh shit. Even I cannot say that. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the fight for filial piety. Even I stumbled on the last word. Yeah, ...
And what went wrong?
What indeed? Myself, I see no problem with the pronunciation of these poetry words. Shut up.
In that case, old man, I invite you to say it yourself.
Very well then, I shall. Ahem, ahem. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the fight for filial piety.
It's impossible!
The arise, ladies and gentlemen part I delivered perfectly. But the next part had me floundering for a whole 5 minutes. By the end of it, I was on my knees in front of the podium, a blathering mess. And that's when the audience started to heckle.
Okay, and that's when the audience started to heckle you. Arise, arise, they were shouting. Hell on earth.
But then, of course, this man went and delivered his word speech perfect, with a perfect ending. How did it go again?
Let me say. So, my dear fellows, the message is simple. Treat your fathers and mother with respect. Something like that?
I mean, talk about stating the obvious, but the fact is, I lost to that speech!
Tongue-tied is the only way to describe it. Well, it is quite tricky to say, I agree. And that fight for filial piety especially. Fight for filial piety, yeah. I tripped on that as well.
And ever since that day, I have this question whirling around in my head. Why did our forefathers choose such an awkward phrase? Was it to mock their children? I mean, it should never have been called filial piety in the first place.
He did it again. I had to purposely miss it to read it correctly.
It should never have been called filial piety in the first place. Urgh!
At least you're going to Great Britain soon. It might not come up much there.
Well, anyway, having lost that accursed contest, I came after you to ask you a question. How is it you never trip up on your words? I inquired. And you just gave me a broad smile and said, speaking fast is my hobby. I mean, really? What kind of a hobby is that? Do you think you could take your hand off your sword?
Oh, wait. Do you think you could take your hand off your sword? Besides, it's just a way to pass the time.
After that, you started talking at the 10 to the dozen, like you were possessed almost. Honestly, you can't imagine the shock I suffered that day. You really can't.
You're right. I really can't.
Speaking fast is just the sort of hobby I would expect a civilian like you to waste his time on.
Well, you have to practice, of course, but there are some simple things to start with. Like this famous one, for example. Swift samurai sword swipes silently sideways. Ah, yes, even a decrepit tongue in an ailing frame such as mine can find his way around that one. I have no doubt. It's just a bit of fun, really. I can't imagine anybody would struggle to say it. Isn't that right, Kazuma? Dot dot dot. Glare. Swift samurai sword. Arrgh! A blabbering mess by word 2.
It's not just a samurai. Every good soldier needs to be able to handle a sword. That's why I've been busy teaching Aido the finer points of swordplay. None of this wordplay nonsense, Private.
Come to think of it, not long after that we started to attend lectures together, didn't we? And we got into that debate about family values as the sukiyaki place on campus. You remember?
Yes, your argument was full of jokes and puns and wordplay as usual. I remember it well.
Oh, was it?
In any case, I swore that I would never let myself forget the shock you gave me back then. And as a symbol of how seriously I took that oath, I decided to wear this, my red Hachimaki headband.
Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. No sir, dot dot dot. Sorry, Kazuma.
Yes?
You've lost me there, I'm afraid. I don't see the link. What does your red headband have to do with your oath?
Because it will always remind me of that smug look on your face as you utter those tantalizing words.
What words? You mean another tongue twister?
I practiced and practiced until my tongue bled, but in the end I mastered it.
Mastered what?
Well, I think it's time you heard this actually. Listen carefully now! Here goes.
Okay, I'm gonna take a deep breath. I don't know what to expect. Here it comes.
Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. There. Word perfect, see?
Dot dot dot. Kurikuta dot dot dot. Looking at it. Vase. Noza dot dot dot. Oh, I'd actually been meaning to ask you about that. About the story behind your headband, I mean.
Well, now you know, so that I'll never forget the shock and humiliation of that day. That's why I wear this red headband every single day without fail.
Dot dot dot. Well, I don't know exactly how much of a shock you think you had back then, but it can't be more than the shock you've just given me now.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the tongue twister I said didn't go the way you seem to have remembered it.
Huh?
It's just as famous as Swift Samurai Sword, so I can't believe you don't know it really. It goes, red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread man. Oh no, he said headband instead of bread pan and bread man.
Wait, what? Red, oh!
Red, oh! It seems I've knocked some wind out of that headband of yours. It's not too late, Private. You can always start wearing a red bread pan on your head instead. Your youthful vigor is manifest, young man. Your cheeks are glowing redder than your hashimaki. Oh my god, he made a note saying that he's gonna nail a tongue twister, and that he's gonna wear the hashimaki as a note, as a remember that of his humiliation, and that he's gonna someday master one, and the one that he mastered isn't the right tongue twister. He heard it wrong. It's like another layer. Your youthful vigor is manifest, going rather than the Ashima. Roar! He's pissed off. Why do so many words have to be so similar? Damn you! Damn it! Damn it! ... So, looking forward to Great Britain then, where you have to deliver speeches in court in English. I suppose I can always see sail on the seashore. No. I was about to say it correctly, but I have to read what I have. I can always seashell on the seashore. You mean sell seashells on... Silly Sally sells seashells in the Seattle seashore. BAM! So that was a short story, but it's like implanted in between chapters. I need to see if the second one